deans, faculties, and distinguished guests and participants, happy morning. We are grateful to Mr. Balakrishnan, our Chief Editor, Bodhi International Journal, the head of the organizing committee, the members of the organizing committee, and all the volunteers who have arranged such a wonderful athletics program. I'm delighted to be here and thank you all for giving me the great opportunity to be here this beautiful day today. I feel honored to be here with three extraordinary individuals connected with this institution. In our opinion, they remind a great individual. They are the role models for us for positivity, perseverance, and generous. Let me first welcome our Honorable Secretary Sir, Dr. Ashok Kumar, who has been among many of us. We appreciate your desires, hopes, dreams. Welcome, sir. Lead by example, encourage a teamwork, be positive, and give prize and rewards. It suits our Honorable Managing Director, Mr. Shakti Craze, sir. Welcome, sir. I am very happy to welcome our principal man in absentia, Dr. Rajeshwari, who are motivator and guider in all our efforts and have been your inspiration for most of us. Welcome, ma'am. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Take the moment and make it perfect. It suits Ardina Paravai with a simple previously, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am. And I feel happy to welcome Ardina Part Suganti ma'am, who always motivate and support in all our endeavors. Welcome, ma'am. Today, the special icons, we are very much honored this morning by the presence of our honorable Professor Dr. Kumar sir, the registrar. To hand over the bouquet for chief guest, Professor Kumar.
இது உடஞ்சு போச்சு இங்க பாருங்க வேலையே செய்யல
Thank you, sir. A conference is a celebration of knowledge. I am very grateful to have such an eminent personalities who are going to make this session live. Dr. K. the Principal, Sharada Gangadharan College, Puducherry, and Dr. S. Palani, Associate Professor, Head Department of Economics from Mangayarkarasi College. Welcome, sir. I invite our Dean of Faculty to welcome the class to our visitors. Gujarat, Associate Professor, BK School of Management in Gujarat. And a sincere welcome to Dr. Jerry Ruba, Assistant Professor and Head, Department of Business Administration from Arunachal College, Dr. Kannan Narayanan, Christian Alfred University Journal, they are all connected to hybrid mode, and Dr. Mangayarkarasi, Assistant Professor, Department of Business Administration, Arunachal College, and Dr. P. Satish Kumar, Assistant Professor, Economics, GTN Arts and Science College, Director. We welcome you all. Last but not least, I welcome my beloved faculties and all my beloved butterflies like stars who are showing here. And once again, I welcome you all, the Department of Commerce and Officer Appreciation. Thank you.
Technology is a fantastic tool that can motivate to work together and collaborate. I invite Dr. Mangayarkarasi, Assistant Professor, and DrKK School of Professional and Management Studies, Gujarat University. Ma'am, please deliver the online.
Good morning, everyone. Hope I am audible and visible on a virtual. Good morning, everyone. All the dignitary on the virtual dais and the offline dais. Good morning to everyone. Dr. Pri Ashok Kumar, Secretary and Chairman. Dr. A. Shattir Pranesh, Mrs. Veera Ramani, Associate Professor and Head. Dr. S. Rajeshwari, Principal. Ms. Simitai Chennur Priyadarshini, Dean of Academics. Dr. S. Suganti, Professor D.M. Shiva Kumar, Registrar in Charge, Tamil Nadu, Dr. C. Justina, academicians, scholars, and participants from all over India. Greetings to you all. It gives me immense pleasure to be part of this Bodhi International Hybrid Conference on Innovation Needed in Commerce, Economics, and Management to meet the present crisis and crisis. I feel greatly honored to be with you all virtually. My Vice Chancellor have conveyed the good wishes for the great success of this conference. The conference theme selected by organizing committee and my dear friend Balakrishnan is so unique. Innovations in commerce, economics, and management in the present crisis. So you know that the whole world in the last 2-3 years, we are suffering from, we have seen the COVID thing. So once the John F. Kennedy has observed the word crisis in the Chinese, which is composed of 2 characters. One is representing the danger and the other, it is the opportunity. It may not have been entirely correct in the linguistic, but the sentiments is true enough. A crisis presents the choice. Crisis presents the opportunity. This is particularly very true for today's scenario. A famous saying goes by, innovation is imaging the future and filling the gaps. But I would here like to represent in my own words, innovation is learning from the past, experiencing the present, and create the better future. The COVID crisis have created a lot of havoc in nearly every aspect of our life, ranging from the personal to professional life. This has fundamentally changed the way we business operate, and the education system have disturbed widely. Surveys and research for long have been concluding that the young graduates in the commerce, management, economics, or any field of management or any field of education, they are not that much employable due to lack of practical skills and the exposure to the industry requirement. Freshers have not been able to cope up with the demands of the industry, and the young researchers often lag behind the current trend and their specific domain due to lack of access of modern tools. The national education policy has identified these few gaps and tried to fill them on the macro level. The changes will percolate down slowly, but still a lot more to be done with the active participation at all the levels. Education system, particularly in commerce, economics, and management education, are facing many challenges and various threats in terms of quality, infrastructure, competition, technology adoption, industry exposure, and human resource development, to name the few. Some of the well-known approaches to improve the field of management education are Integrating the cross-disciplinary subject approach, including the optional subject from the other discipline, which will broaden the horizon of the students and help them to inculcate the art of critical thinking. Focusing on the new and different technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, and this all in the modern work. New technologies like graphical representation, data representation, network-based modeling are changing the educational landscape on a wider scale. Bridging the skill gap, inviting the industry experts and interact with the share in the experience with the students will largely help the student to gain the first insight from the expected work role. Fostering the culture and innovation in academia will help the student to take risk and learn from the failure and also to reap the fruits of the success at the very early age of their education. Integrated collaboration and communication tools can help connect faculty members in the students and industry to communicate and collaborate with the instant ease. New tools and data system can integrate seamlessly to improve the information system on the student learning progress, and it will help our traditional assessment too. The very few ways to improve could be like experiential and blended learning approach, like the way we organize the conference today. It is in hybrid mode. So blended learning approach, it is possible for now as it is a demand for the day. Adopting the open curriculum, faculty development program across the world, bridging the diversity in the education system, introducing the special technology module, implementing the flipped classroom model, and more learning through the case study, field project, and the industry-based learning. In my concluding remark, it calls for an improvement of the quality of communication, economics, and management education in order to fulfill the demand of corporate bodies for employable graduates, postgraduate who have adequate skill and exposure to meet the industry's demand. Our today's theme is so relevant to the today's world life that we are coming up with the innovations in management, commerce, and economy. I'm sure that all the participants, those who are attending this conference, they will learn a lot from this one-day conference. In concluding remark, I want to say that what success we have achieved in the terms of papers. Nearly we have received 230 papers. Out of that, 65 papers we have selected. 25 papers were selected for peer review journal publication. 40 research papers are going to be published in edited book with the ISSN number. We have received the publication from all over the India. So in the inauguration ceremony itself, we can say that yes, through this innovation of hybrid conference, we have achieved this success. Over to the conference organizing team. Thank you so much for inviting me here. Thank you.
With your action, inspire others to read more, learn more, do more, and become more. He has been the backbone of the improvement, as everything he does has been done in the past experience. His contribution in our institutional development is complex. He is the man with vision, and there is no wonder that he is the very work of the institute. I consider it a great honor to invite Engineer Dr. the beloved director of our institution, to deliver the presentation.
Good morning to all. Actually, first of all, I can repeat this. Because எல்லாருக்கும் inspiration வரும். யாரும் ஒரு பார்த்தா we will be growing. So அப்படிப்பட்ட university is Mangayarkarasi, which we consider as an inspiration. Every day, whatever actions we are taking, we will be taking Mangayarkarasi University as an inspiration. And that too, for last 3 years, our Madurai is like a golden period is long. Because of our register and the VC. But reason the regular campus it's good to us. The regular campus it's coming to us. And you know the inspiration that you have come to play. Thank you, Mr. Sir. Because in the actions, is inviting to come to the letters on that. So, you will be முன்னாடி நம்ம இந்த ரைட்ல சீக்கிரம் எவ்வளவு கிட்ட நடக்குமான்னு பார்த்துக்கிட்டீங்க. நோ இட் இஸ் ஹேப்பனிங் when it's all because of you. Thank you for that. Special thanks to all the other colleges, then special thanks to the council from Lord, it was very good because it's the first time for offline programs or because we know that for hybrid models that means the car can get both electric and petrol. That means this is an idea. நம்ம ஊர்ல ரெண்டு கார் பாத்து போயிட்டு ஹைப்ரிட் பின்னாடி போடுறாங்க. That means we travel both using petrol and charge. And today both online and offline are so credit to the organizers, Mr. Balasan sir also, because organizers are biggest thanks to that. And a special thanks to the regulatory department, both BCom and BCom CA. This is our sign for the discipline to manage the is very difficult task, and we both are doing it, especially in the special and a special thanks to the principal also, who is not there, but is taking the actions within of this program. Thank you, and once again, I really want to say, and I really that the presence and the college is actually like that. The college is a mother celebration, but today, and that too for international conference, the presence of the children is more. Thank you for that, and this international conference is a success in the education meeting. Thank you once again, and I hope this day will bring lots of knowledge to you, because innovations are more important nowadays. எல்லாருக்கும் நம்ம வந்து ஒரு பேட்டர்ன் எதுவுமே இல்லாம இந்தியாவில் ரொம்ப கம்மியா இருக்கு. So I want all the students to bring some innovations, think about it, put efforts on it, and be successful. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite our director, sir, to honor his details. The place given one, Registrar Madurai Compact University. I invite the Mangayarkarasi, Assistant of the Department of Business Administration, on the stage. Dr. Craze, Assistant Professor of Economics, speaking on policy. He is a woman who believes in teamwork. Like our advice, and very good morning to all present here. Good morning to all the ladies on the stage. I feel privileged to be a part of this hybrid of international conference. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the School of Institutional and Professional and Management Studies in Gujarat University and to Balakrishnan sir, Delhi International Center of Research and Humanities Art and Science for joining and us to make me this academic activity. I would like to extend my special welcome and as well as heartfelt thanks to all the dignitaries who are here to make today's event a successful event. Dr. Shivakumar sir, Registrar Madurai University. Today, I got here to address the awarding. I feel blessed. The results of the and another thing was students are anything the technology is and influence is available for benefit for students and I want to be very special. And the third one was the value is enough and the value education is not to become value education. We are trying to emphasize more on value education. Thank you, sir, for that. I hope all these things will be very soon. And Dr. Today, the principal of Santa College. I work for another from India. And Dr. Kane, I am from Germany. Dr. Mohan from Gujarat University. Thank you all for all these students here. Let's look forward to the and I am coming to the topic of religion. The projects are the speakings of the effectiveness of this conference. Innovation needed in common economics and management to meet the present crisis that we face. Religion is a the crisis, of course, the technology and also the senior we have clear towards advancement. At the same time, there is we need the education to be able to Thank you. I invite the zero to introduce our organization. has 25 years of teaching and research experience. He authored 8 books and published 52 articles in diverse national and international journals in his career. He completed one consultancy project and a major project under Musa Business Program. He collaborated 66 research papers in various national and international conferences. He organized 12 workshops and 4 seminars and conferences in his career so far. He is an active trainer and programs. He got an award for teaching excellence in the American Education by the University. He served as a research guide and conducting education so far. And also serving as the technical committee in India. He occupied various administrative positions like director, management colleges, additional director, editing hospital, director, community coordinator for public education and serving as community and director for various colleges so I will welcome Dr. Kumar sir to deliver in our address.
Very good morning to all secretaries I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me for this national level international conference. This is a hybrid mode related to innovation needed in commerce, economics, and management. We present Craze. At the outset, I would like to thank managing director, institution, active planning for hosting me and really good planning for me for joining for this program. Also, I would like to thank the team, and other members of the institution. Also, I would like to my sincere wishes to the resource persons and other participants in the institutions, students. And I extend thanks to Dr. Balakrishnan from Cruise Germany. Balakrishnan came to me and invited me to this particular conference. When I asked this particular topic of the international conference, I'm very impressed that you invited and let's say that this is not only I used to face all these kind of programs because I don't know my office on the Monday on Monday trade because of commitments here, important decisions have to be taken. Okay, so a lot of stakeholders of the university come to meet. So because of this hectic schedule, I used to recommend the organizers for approaching me to keep the program on Saturdays. Then I came to the idea of this particular day or function. And I would like to thank the college for because of the only idea today. Okay, that's a very big and I'm very interested in that area of the management and related to the conference, international conference. It is in the hybrid mode. The hybrid mode itself is innovation. You know what is hybrid? As your managing director told, stakeholders, combination of two technology, or it may be a conventional method plus innovative method. Let's look upon your top is how we are making affluence. Are you able to see any innovation over your head? I just asked the managing director this is quite it's an innovation. Yeah. Innovation plans are here. It's very but this one is something so there are innovation plans annual. So in the plan is a specialty very global students inspect because I love the interaction with students. Because of my administrative work in the university, I am not able to keep my own students there. So today I take it as a chance that I can interact with all of you. I also belong to management studies. Additionally, I am the in charge of commerce department also in the university. Okay. So I think most of you are from management and commerce. Okay. So then, the management specialty would be maybe the innovative thing. Okay. So then, current companies are what is the in this big plan? Okay. But according to my knowledge, these kind of plans will give good gas circulation. This kind of close section for air conditions. If you open that too, in this kind of time, maybe the other kind of we were talking அப்ப இந்த பிளான் வந்து என்ன பண்ணோம் அப்படின்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா ஓவராலா இந்த இடத்துல உள்ள ரிவ்யூ so it's not the size, it's the innovative factor which is behind this particular technology. Okay, so if you பாத்தீங்கன்னா innovation அப்படிங்கிறது it is not about the way ஒவ்வொரு நாளும் நம்ம innovation தாண்டி வராம இருக்கவே முடியாது. இவ்வளவு நாள் மொபைல் யூஸ் பண்ணா யாரும் மொபைலே யூஸ் பண்ண மாட்டாங்க. யூஸ் பண்ணாலும் அந்த பழைய பட்டன் மொபைல் தான் சார் யூஸ் பண்ணுவேன் அப்படின்னு எல்லாருமே வச்சிருக்கீங்க மொபைல். இந்த மொபைல் போன்ல நீங்க வந்து ஒரு புரட்சி நடக்க போகுது. என்னன்னு தெரியுமா? அதுவும் ஒரு இனோவேஷன் தான். எல்லா கையிலும் ஸ்மார்ட் போன் இருக்கு. அதுல வந்து பார்த்துட்டே இருக்கோம். எதுக்கு பார்க்கறோம் நமக்கும் தெரியாது, பொண்ணுக்கும் தெரியாது. இன்ஸ்டாகிராம்ல போறோம், ஃபேஸ்புக்ல போறோம், ட்விட்டர்ல போறோம், வாட்ஸ்அப்ல போறோம். பார்த்துட்டே இருக்கோம். இப்படிப்பட்ட இந்த ஒரு இன்டர்நெட் இன்னைக்கு ஒரு இன்னோவேட்டிவ் வெரி குட். யார் சொன்னது யார்? வெரி குட். So today the government of India is launching 5G services in India. Internet technology. Likewise, if you go to any part of the life, innovation is continuously happening. So, according to the topic of this international conference, what is the innovation we can expect in the field of commerce? field of economics or the field of management. Recently, there are many words. This is very unusual. IoT. What is IoT? Common students. What is IoT? எல்லாருமே சொல்றாங்க சார் ஐஓடி நல்லது சார் ஐஓடி எல்லாத்தையும் கெஸ் பண்ண முடியுமா ஐஓடி இன்டர்நெட் ஆஃப் திங்ஸ் ஓகே இன்டர்நெட் ஆஃப் திங்ஸ் is a that is relevant to is very commonly used common and management technology. It is also relevant to commerce. It is also relevant to database management. Okay, the transactions will be throughout the world, how to control, how to connect each and every transaction throughout the world. Only on the individual block Paravai and the blocks on the map throughout the world for authenticity and for security. Okay, blockchain technology is very popular in almost especially in India. Another innovation. Business analytics. What is business analytics? So it is also another thing which is relevant to data analytics applied to business. So now is an example. So the examples are very understand the innovative topics ideas are coming inside the curriculum of the courses like economics and economics. Okay. On the syllabus, you can go for online platform and you can go for additional certificate or degree. Now UGC is presenting for dual degree. I believe most of you know that. UGC is presenting the students for dual degree at the same time. And then you can go for online program, which will be a degree. That too, UGC recently announced both regular courses and online courses having same validity. Upon the dual degree, this is 3 years of the validity, 2 degrees. For example, open sources open sources, online courses, MOOCs course இந்த மாதிரி நிறைய விஷயங்கள் வந்து ஆன்லைன்ல கோர்சஸ் இருக்கு. There you go for another degree which will be an additional value for your regular degree. So you innovation is an education, right? So innovation many universities are started to give blended courses. Blended courses now, for example, in commerce you can go for one more option in the program which according to your interest. For example, commerce chemistry level idea. You can go for few papers in chemistry. And finally, the credits it is called as a blended course. Most of the northern universities, they are giving a course called as liberal arts. Liberal arts are for example, if you are joining in Tamil, BA Tamil, you can opt for a number of subjects according to your interest. You can take one subject from economics, you can take one subject in government management, but according to your interest, you can go for one subject in economics, one from English, or one from computer science, or one from psychology. Okay, at the end, you have the combination of the subjects. This is what is called as liberal arts. Even in Chennai, most of the institutions are expanded with this programming, It is one more innovation in the field of education. Data science. It's a very popular word in the field of education. In the university, everybody is talking about as data science. Already I online data activated 60,000 students every year. Data science course is more valuable today. It is industrial need course data science. Chennai colleges are colleges very soon. I hope Mangayarkarasi group of institutions may note it. And the need is more and the popularity is also comparatively more. And the technology people adopt the technology and experience. Mobile operator no computer operator okay, what the technology but still people are not able to send the emails very most of the time, but they are not able to send emails. Technology wherever we go, definitely cannot. Okay. So technology is also innovation. Innovation is inevitable part of our life. Innovation smartphone technology. And phone so innovation is so innovation. I think in this kind of this international conference, the theme like innovation, organization, crisis is needed. So, in our classes, we have shared the ideas. With last time, I used to learn from the students also. It is a relationship advice. You are so advanced in learning. So, this small note, I would like to congratulate this session. I think it is nice going live on the keyboards. And many people are working on and I wish all the organizers, application for professional management and do the international journal of research in humanities, arts and science for making this event happen today. And I would like to wish once again the entire team for the success of this international. Thank you for the opportunity to call me. Thank you for the patience for accepting.
Thank you, sir, for your lively, informative, and informative. May now invite from the registered leader to release this is the ninth anniversary of the I want to recommend I request the principal, I request Priya to receive. Thank you. A good leader is a person who takes a living and
Thankful is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be yourself. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to give those words of thanks on this dissertation. First and foremost, I thank our teachers, Professor Dr. INCEMMPCC of University, who despite this initiative has found time to raise basic expectations. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your stimulating and practical. We are extremely grateful to our teachers, our teachers, the great principal, Sarada, Principal Sarada, for basic or basic. Thank you, sir. For the gratitude process, thanking them. We are integrated with your knowledge and process and inspiring the process. Thank you, sir. We are always interested to sustain the business and for being a source of knowledge. Thank you. This is my practice. All about faculty members. We are for that. I am grateful to thank all the faculty of colleges, scholars, students from our colleges for their lectures. Once again, I would like to thank you.
போறாங்களா நம்ம guest போறாங்க. செக்ரட்டரி சார் வந்திருக்காரா பேட்டி
லோ பேட்டரியா
Sorry, sorry, பரவாயில்ல. Ma'am, one எங்கேயா வெளியிட்டு வர தானே பிரேக்கு எங்க வர
Students, your attention, please. Please be seated. I request all the students to be seated. So, sir, in order, kindly occupy the chair.
இல்ல இருக்கட்டும் எனக்கு வந்து ரெஸ்ட் எடுத்துட்டு கொஞ்சம் இப்ப ஆன் ஆயிடுச்சு இது பண்ண இல்ல ரெண்டுமே வருதே ஷார்ட் வீடியோ அவங்க இன்னொருத்தவங்க பண்றாங்க அதனால
நீ ஆபீஸ் கால் பண்றல
He has secured gold medals in BBA, University rank holder in MCOM, qualified UGC next JRF, first PhD of Pondicherry University, topper in the UPS selection test of lecturers for government colleges in Pondicherry. He has more than 25 years of teaching experience. Funded major projects completed to research guidance 1 media PhD awarded 22 ongoing 2 publications in Journal National 29 International 22 Focus 4. He has awarded Excellence in Academic and Administration Award, Lifetime Achiever Award for Academic and Administration Excellence, Amity Excellence Award for Best Professor in the area of international business.
Really glad to be part of This international conference being organized by one of the distinguished updated institutions of collaboration with other two organizations. I would like to submit my sincere thanks and appreciation to Dr. Bodhi, whom I have been working for several years and in traveled in several places within India as well as outside India. To stand with you, I am happy to recall that. For the business organization, now they have to redefine that curriculum by introducing some of the emerging concepts or some of the contemporary issues, which would be a kind of producing the right kind of human resource, which the industry is looking for. That is very important because we are offering the traditional type of curriculum or the traditional method of teaching or learning, like classroom or conducting tests or assignment and all these things. This is the right kind of human resource the industry is looking for in this era. Lots of things are changing the structure of an organization. Lots of things are posing a great challenge and a threat to the survival and success of an organization. In these circumstances, when the higher education institution, if they offer a curriculum which is outdated or a kind of a traditional one, then whether that is the kind of human resource the industry is looking for. or the industry will consider hiring out the graduates who are being produced by the various higher education institutions. So that is something important we have to think about. That is why most of the universities, this the academic leader of all the higher education institutions, might be the autonomous college or affiliated college, they have to revise, they have to enrich the curriculum over a period of time. So once in 3 years, they have to revise the curriculum. Even if any important development takes place, again they have to inject into the curriculum. Say for example, I am working in Puducherry. This is a unique secretary. Now, the academic authority, the Southern University of Pondicherry, they have introduced the new education policy, popularly known as NEP, in the university departments of Pondicherry University. Now, the new education policy would be implemented in all the updated departments. Now, whatever the essays or whatever the changes suggested in the new that is to be implemented in the curriculum, and that way the curriculum has to be ready at the stage. All this thing, it is to make the corporate fit to the dynamic environment. As a management student or as a faculty member, you know environment is dynamic. Except to change everything is liable to change. Nothing is permanent on it yet. Then how we make the organization or the corporate to fit into the dynamic environment. That is the very big challenge and that is the very big problem. So that is why recently we have introduced the concept of strategic management in the curriculum of commerce and management. We have to evolve appropriate strategy in order to meet the dynamic, changing circumstances being influenced by a number of factors and be internal to that industry or external to the industry. Might be changes in government policy, might be changes in the environmental factor, might be various changes in the industry policy, something like that. Now, appropriate strategy can be evolved and that is to be implemented. Generally, the organization can survive when the organization can succeed. So the strategy is most important, not only for the business organization, I can also refer the same concept to the young students participating in this conference. How you can be or how you can make yourself fit to that corporate. So what is your dream? What is your aim? I ask the question in a young students participating in this conference. So you may come with one or two answers in your mind. Sir, I want to pursue further higher education. I do master degree or after master degree I want to pursue my research. Whereas the group of students may say, sir, I want to pursue or I want to go for an employment after completing my studies. So higher education may be your aim or employment may be your aim or you may have your own project. Might be a family project or you may have your own new venture or the business which your friends and family members will be looking after. So these are all the various opportunities available. The great vision you are pursuing your studies. That is number one. During the course of study, how do you make yourself fit into the corporate? So there are a number of pre-placement training programs being organized at higher education institutions. Campus to I mean, college to campus, or JK to campus, if you see, that is the important thing. So during your course of study, how you can develop all skill, all knowledge which the industry is looking for. So that is, you have to adapt appropriately. So that is something important. Not only the student, faculty members at the department level, then the management in general, overall at the college level, they have to offer all kinds of facilities in order to acquire the necessary skills and knowledge of the student. That is very important. Now, the concept of learning is totally changed, and the concept of industry is also totally changed. As a common student, we have studied the industry revolution, phase one, and the fourth transformation, what we call as business four. The business transformation, highly integrated with technology. So, as any student of higher education or any curriculum being offered in higher education, let's integrate appropriate weightage of technology into the emerging concept. So the knowledge of concept is important. Then good weightage of the knowledge in technology, the advanced technology, or what we call it as the emerging, and good amount of practical exposure. So any curriculum, you may be pursuing economics, you may be pursuing commerce, or you may be pursuing management. Are you pursuing a good degree? It depends on the components included in the curriculum of your program. What is the concept included in the syllabus? Are they the emerging or contemporary or the advanced topics are out there? Then number two, whether the curriculum gives you enough opportunity to strengthen your technological skills. That is very important. Whether the curriculum gives you enough space to have a kind of practical education by means of undertaking project or by means of internship. So these are all the important things that members, those who are designing the curriculum, the chairperson or the members of Board study, as well as the faculty member, they have to keep in mind to design the curriculum of any program. The student, as an autonomous college, may have enormous opportunity to integrate the various emerging topics as well as the technological factors into the curriculum. But being an updated college, so you do not have that much because what is prescribed by the university that you have to study, that you have to complete, and you have to get a degree. But what is my advice here to the student as well as the faculty members of this college? Besides the curriculum which is prescribed by the university, you can offer few online programs, or you can offer few online programs to that student. Because if you want to update yourself, it is not sufficient to confine within the curriculum or what is there in the syllabus. You have to think beyond that. That is the real innovation. So innovation comes only when you move beyond the framework, or you have to think beyond, or what we call it as you have to act beyond. Because what is already available, if you working that, then definitely there is no scope for any kind of innovation or any kind of breakthrough or new practice. Innovation is possible only when you look beyond. That is why there is a proper quote in management. If you want to attain excellence, go beyond. So this is my boundary. If you want it that everybody can do, all are doing the same thing, then definitely you cannot be excel or you cannot be a distinctive person what all are doing. You should think beyond and you have to work beyond, you have to move beyond. I can tell you a small game what we used to play during our childhood or in school days, right? So drawing a square, that is the game. So you can play with your friend during your childhood or the school days. You have to draw a square, right? Square, then two diagonal lines cross line into that. So there are four lines, that is the square. Inside the square, there are two diagonals, so there are six lines. That is the game. There are two conditions to that. You have to complete the diagram without lifting your hand. Constraint number two, rule number two, you should not go what you have already completed. You should not go bigger something like that. So this is the game we used to play with our student or with our friends. This is possible. Even if you try now, you may take a piece of paper, you draw a diagram, a square, then two diagonal lines. So you have to move continuously, not what is called as backward. What you have completed, you should not come again. You should not lift your hand. But there is a solution to that. You can try. So the answer is you have to move beyond. You can draw the square and a little bit you have to move beyond. You can go to the next point, then you can complete that picture. So excellence is possible only when you think beyond, only when you go beyond, only when you act beyond. So that is the real, success of any innovation or what you call as a breakthrough or any new thing in the studies or business. So dear students, you also think beyond what is available in your campus. Definitely you will have some kind of knowledge that makes you distinct from other students that inside get you over your competition. That is very good. I said it is strategy and strategy nothing. Strategy is nothing but plan. But what is the difference between plan and strategy? Plan in normal course of concept, whereas strategy is a plan amidst of competition. When there is competition, your ordinary plan will not work out. You have to develop a strategy by considering SWOT analysis. What is the strength? What is the weakness? What is the opportunity? What is the threat of the competitor? You have to develop a strategy. So whenever you get in the business, even strategy is very common in games. I think when the T20 is approaching, right? So when India playing with Pakistan, what is the strategy? They have to go with extra bowler or they have to go with extra batsman. It depends on the competitive team. So accordingly, you have to select the strategy. So dear students, what is there in this level? What is there in the curriculum? What is there in the books? What is available in the classroom? That gives you knowledge. But if you want to get excellent, if you want to succeed, if you want to get and make over your competitor, you go beyond the curriculum. Now the online courses are very popular, especially the CM program. So which is by MSRD Government of India. Number of courses are being offered. You can enroll in the online course of your interest and relevant to your discipline. Pursue online course. Online program. Even I can request the academic department and the faculty members of this college to introduce, to offer online course better is sponsored by some industry. I can tell you, in our college we have an online course. in logistics management, basics of export and import. So this is the online course which is sponsored by one of the leading logistics company, Logistics India, Pedagogic Institute. So the online course says the final year student undergo the online course for a period of 6 months. Then they have to appear for the examination that will be assessed by the company, the industry people. Based on their assessment, they will give you the certificate. Successful completion of the online course, they will give you the certificate. Those who complete the online course, they will be observed as entered into the company after that final year. So you can join in the company as an intern for about 3 months or 4 months. After successful completion of your internship, you will be absorbed into the company. So that is, you can enhance the employability skill, you can enhance the employability opportunity of yourself during your course of study. So my youngest appeal to aspiring students, the young students participating in the conference. So you please expand your horizon beyond framework of the curriculum. Curriculum is that it is for degree. You work beyond the curriculum. You work beyond the curriculum, you enroll for any other course. You do any online program. You do any kind of skill training program during the course of study. So, in that way, if you multiply your skills and knowledge, then definitely you will be very successful after completion of your studies. So, dear students, I would like to mention here any curriculum, whether it is commerce or it is economics or it is management, if it is innovative, it should give appropriate weightage to the technological factor when practical component in addition to the concept. Because popularly we are telling that our students are lacking behind the employability skill. They are not having the employability skill or what you call this knowledge and knowledge skill. So the employability portion is not that much in the higher education students or our leaders. What is that? Labs. So we are making the degree of the program mostly academic oriented, not professional oriented. So what is the difference between a course being offered for academic purpose? What is the course being offered as a professional? You take an example, medicine is a professor. You take an example, engineering is a professor. But the science and commerce, it is not professor. They are offering academic degree. They are not offering a professional degree. Think about what are the components to be included in the commerce? What are the components to be included in the management economics to make it as a professional program instead of academic program? And what is the expectation of the industry? So that has to be included in that. So we are all having a kind of a traditional learning. There are 3 types of learning, I can say. One is what we call as on-the-job learning. Second one is off-the-job learning. And third one, near-the-job learning. Because we learn, we work hard, right? So our parents, the student, you take all this effort, you struggle only for getting into your career in order to have a very successful future. So when we think about the job, whether the learning is close to the job, what is the off the job? The traditional method, what we have, the classroom and all this thing. The second one, near to the job. Near to the job, the hybrid mode, online. You can have the virtual, the industry into your classroom. By means of having the video session, the videos will say what is happening in the industry. And whatever the process and whatever the technology being implemented in the industry. We call it as near to the industry. That's why in management we have a case study. Case study is a kind of a learning near to the job. Simulation, we call it as the virtual, the job into job. Because we convert the entire college into a factory. But when in some virtual mode, we can have the near to job learning. The third one, what we call as on the job learning. It is what we call as only training itself, the internship, only training itself, undertaking project. You are getting very close to the job and what the job is. So if you have a traditional mode, even you can take as a common student, you may be studying the various functional element of the functional element of management and how to say the marketing, retail, finance and other things. But the retail industry is totally changed. Amazon, Flipkart, and everything has taken. Now, to be successful in the retail industry, what are the components you have to acquire and what are the things to be inculcated to the student? So, dear students, the content is also a kind of lecture, or this is also a kind of learning near to the job. What are the things happening in the industry? The experts of various fields, they give you some input and the emerging concepts as well as the trends in the industry. So, by means of listening this kind of lecture, by means of participating this kind of extensive program, a kind of hands-on international concept, then definitely you can widen your level of learning, you can enhance your skills and knowledge, and that will definitely you will be employed in the job. So the environment is dynamic. We have to into the environment for that we have to update. So the updation is in the form of innovation. The updation is in the form of what we call as some kind of new finding. So I hope this conference. So that will take in the afternoon we have the paper presentation. We will have a good exposure and the gallery is in also a kind of democratic in commerce, economics, and management. What are the innovative practices in this state? I sincerely thank the organization, the management and for this college for having the opportunity to take you are waiting for your lunch and this is said, I don't want to take right. My hearty wishes to all the young students. So wish you all the best in your studies, wish you all the best in your endeavor, wish you get success in your career and future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your keynote. Now I introduce DrKK, sir, who has 27 years of teaching experiences. He has been served as NSS program officer for 8 years, 2000-2009. He has been chief superintendent in Mangayarkarasi University. He has visited Thailand and Dubai. He has received various awards for Best Presentation Award, Thailand International Conference, Best Economist Award in Goa, International Conference, Senior Economist Award, the Chief Association of Economists Tamil Nadu, Lifetime Achievement Award. Regarding guideship, PG, Residency 4, MPhil 6, PhD Pursuing 6, PhD 4 Pursuing 3, served as PhD, External Examiner 1. I invite Dr. S. Paravai sir to deliver the keynote address.
டாஸ்கே போடலாம் வந்து என்ன சொல்றது
Good afternoon, dear students and respected organizers and most respected director of this institution and faculty members. Welcome to all. Now you are not in mood to listen what I say because other students are in homes. You are here in the institutions, especially for the international seminar. Really, I appreciate your enthusiasm to attend this international conference. I visited your exhibitions. அது எழுதுறது become huge வந்தது. அந்த கியூன் பக்கத்துல சில கேள்வி இருந்தாங்க. அதையும் பார்த்தேன். சரி, கொஞ்சம் கவனிக்கணும். 10 நிமிஷம் பேசினாலும் கவனிச்சாதான் நம்ம என்ன புரிஞ்சோம், என்ன தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டோம். இந்த செமினாருடைய பர்பஸ் என்ன? Why did they conduct this type of seminar? Students யாரும் நிக்க தெரியல, ஸ்டாஃப் நிக்க தெரியல. Please listen here. Become BBA economics, innovations. அப்படின்னு போட்டுருந்தீங்க. I listed all your innovations. Things இருந்து டிரான்ஸ்போர்ட்ல இருந்து பேங்கிங்ல இருந்து ஏடிஎம் ஸ்மார்ட் சிட்டி எல்லாமே பார்த்து பண்ணேன். But nobody did agricultural innovations, food innovations. Agriculture நம்ம நாட்டுல 54% of populations are dependent in the agriculture sectors. காலையில நம்ம சாப்பாடு சாப்பிடுறோம், மதியம் சாப்பிடுறோம், நைட்டு சாப்பிடுறோம். ஏன் அதை பத்தி ஒரு இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் இல்ல? Become students. Become students. ஏன் நம்ம agriculture பத்தி இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் இல்ல? agriculture time management னு ஒன்று இருக்குது. BBA ஸ்டூடெண்ட் இருக்கு. டைம் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் என்ன சாப்பிட்டு வந்துருக்கு. அடுத்த விடலாங்க. டைம் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் இருக்கும். விவசாயிகளுக்கு என்ன டைம் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்? மேல பார்த்து டைம் சொல்லுவாங்க, எத்தனை மணிக்கு சூரியனை பார்த்து. ஆனா நம்ம வாட்சை பார்க்குறோம், செல்லை பார்க்குறோம். அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் செக்டர்ல லேபர் ஷார்டேஜ் இருக்கு. லேபர் ஷார்டேஜ் அதை சைடுக்கு பல விஷயங்களை ஃபாலோ பண்ணிருக்காங்க. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பாத்தீங்கன்னா எபிலிட்டி, motivation, attitudes. These three things are playing a very vital role in the agriculture sector. Even though we are thinking about that, NPTI, move, smile, but many farmers are thinking about that. River interconnections. அதை பற்றி திங்க் பண்றாங்க. ரெயின் வாட்டர் ஹார்வெஸ்டிங் அதை பற்றி திங்க் பண்றாங்க. How to avoid eradication of poverty and hunger. இன்னும் சாப்பிட முடியாது. ஆயிரக்கணக்கான ஸ்டூடெண்ட் இருந்தாலும் தன்னுடைய பேரண்ட்ஸ் முகங்களை பார்த்து பணத்தை முடிவு தெரியுமா அவங்க படக்கூடிய கஷ்டங்கள் நஷ்டங்கள் உழைக்கக்கூடிய வியர்வுகள் எல்லாமே உங்களுக்காக தான் அதை நம்ம ரீகால் பண்ண வேண்டிய தன்மை. ஆக every teaches us how we do motivation determines why we do. Motivation determines why we do. Attitude decides how well we do. These three things determine your life. Where you are going to get a job opportunities in our life. Where you are பார்க்கும்போது 780 crores total population இருக்காங்க. Where you are below the poverty line 17% இருக்காங்க. நம்ம நாட்டில் இருக்கக்கூடிய ரிசோர்சஸ் குடும்பம் அனுமதி அங்கிருந்து மைன்ஸ்ல பாரியும் கோரியும் எடுக்கப்பட்டு ஆஸ்திரேலியா கொண்டு போய் அதை எலக்ட்ரானிக்ஸ் மாற்றி கொண்டு போடுவாங்க. அந்த சிஸ்டம் நம்ம இருந்தாலே இன்னோவேஷன் சொல்லணும். ஸ்மார்ட் சிட்டி அப்படின்னு பேசியிருக்காங்க. ஸ்மார்ட் சிட்டி முடிச்சுனா அண்டர்கிரவுண்ட் ட்ரைனேஜ் பல்வேறு மாநகராட்சி எழுதிக்கொண்டே இல்லை. அதை நம்ம ஸ்மார்ட் சிட்டி சொல்லியிருக்கோம். எலக்ட்ரானிக் சிட்டி இருக்கிறாங்க. பெட்டர் ஸ்கூல் எண்ணிக்கை கூடியிருக்கு. நம்பர் ஆஃப் அன்எம்ப்ளாய்டு அதனுடைய எண்ணிக்கை கூடியிருக்கு. எந்த செக்டார்ல அரசு துறையாக இருக்கிறதோ அந்த செக்டார் அனைத்தும் இன்றைக்கு தனியார் துறையாக மாற்றப்படுகிறது. அனைத்து துறைகளை தனியார் துறையாக மாற்றப்பட்டால் நமக்கு எந்த துறையில் வேலை வேண்டும்? நாம் ஓய்வு பெறுகின்ற வரை தனியார் துறையிலேயே நிரந்தரமாக டெம்பரரியாக ஒர்க் பண்ணிருக்கோம். அந்த சூழ்நிலை ஏற்படக்கூடிய நிலையில் நாம் இருக்கிறோம். இப்போது மைய அரசானது நேஷனல் எஜுகேஷன் பாலிசி 2020 அதை தீர்மானிப்பதற்கு அனைத்து விதமான நடவடிக்கைகள் எடுக்கப்படுகிறது. அதில் 4 years படிச்சீங்கன்னா பிஎஸ்சி கேட்டு படிக்கணும். இந்த வருஷம் படிச்சீங்கன்னா பிஎஸ்சி கேட்டு 4 years தான். Apart from that, online courses நிறைய சொல்றாங்க. Without teachers, without classrooms, thousands and thousands of students can be studied in the same time, the same course, without permanent job opportunities. These are the real situation in India. The Indian governments are imposing massive innovations to levy the new taxation. புதிய வரி விதிப்புகளை கொண்டிருக்கிறது. அதுதான் இன்றைக்கு இருக்கக்கூடிய innovations. எந்த பொருட்கள் நீங்க வாங்கினாலும் அதுல 18% taxes. இருந்தாலும் இப்படி அனைத்து விதமான மிஷின்ஸ் வந்து கண்டுபிடிச்சிருக்காங்க. அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் செக்டர்ல ப்ரொடெக்டட் இருக்கக்கூடிய இது உண்மையை பாதுகாக்கிறது புதிய புதிய கண்டுபிடிப்புகள் விவசாயத்துறையில் இருக்கு. ஆனால் at the same time food items ஃபுட்டை வந்து புது விதமான உணவுகள் வருகிறது. அந்த புதுவிதமான உணவுகள்னா ரெண்டு விதமான டிசீஸ் வருது. chronic diseases அப்படின்னா chronic diseases அப்படின்னா chronic diseases அப்படின்னா till you are dead you should take treatment, you should take tablets, medicines, or otherwise it cannot be cured, you will not get cured. These are the chronic diseases அப்படின்னா இது எந்த உணவில் வருகிறது? வாயிலால் அடைக்கப்பட்ட உணவில் வருகிறது. வாயிலால் அடைக்கப்பட்ட பொருட்களை வாங்கி சாப்பிடாதீங்க. புரோட்டான் சாப்பிடாதீங்க. வாயிலால் அடைக்கப்பட்டிருக்க அந்த உணவுகளை வாங்கி சாப்பிட்டீங்கன்னா உங்களுடைய your stomach is not a dustbin to put everything. அண்ணன் போடுறது டஸ்ட் கிடையாது. அதை பாதுகாக்கவில்லை என்றால் you will face many consequences as per your health conditions. In your innovation, the world has only two families, haves and have-nots. Haves and have-nots. 97% மக்கள் வைத்திருக்கின்ற சொத்துக்களுக்கு இணையாக 3% மக்கள் வைத்திருக்கிறார்கள். அப்ப இதுல எப்படி ஒரு ஈக்குவாலிட்டி கொண்டு வருவது, சமத்துவத்தை கொண்டு வருவது, redistribution of wealth, redistribution of income and wealth, இதை வந்து innovation கொண்டு வருவது. இப்ப income and wealth, இதை வந்து redistribution வரணும். Poverty, how to eradicate the poverty throughout the world. உலகம் பட்டியலில் இருக்கின்ற மக்கள் அதிகமாக இருக்கிறார்கள். வாய்ப்புகள் பாய்கிறார். அனைவரும் மனிதனுக்கு ஒருவரை ஜெகத்தை அழைக்கிறோம் போகிறார். ஆனால் யாருக்கு அன்பினால் அழைக்கக்கூடிய ஏற்படுத்துகிறார்கள். Dear students, Mangayarkarasi காலேஜ் என்பது பெண்களுக்குரிய கல்லூரி. பேசுறது வந்ததுல பேசிட்டாரு. இங்க என்ன பேசலாம்? ஜெண்டர் ஈக்குவாலிட்டி, ஜெண்டர் ஈக்குவாலிட்டி அப்படின்னு ஜெண்டர் ஈக்குவாலிட்டி ஒரு டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணிருக்கேன். அது ரொம்ப வார்த்தை இருக்கு. வாட் இஸ் ஜெண்டர் ஈக்குவாலிட்டி? மனிதர்களுடைய இடத்திலும் மனிதர்களுடைய இடத்திலும் வாழ்வின் இடத்திலும் ஈக்குவாலிட்டி சொல்லுது. பாலியல் சமத்துவம், எங்க பாலியல் சமத்துவம் என்பது இல்லையோ ஏற்றத்தாழ்வு உருவாக்கும். It needs to increase the inequalities in our country. அதே 6,46,369 கிராமங்கள் ஏறக்குறைய 6,46,369 இந்தியாவிலே வந்து அதிகமாக பிராணியை உள்ளது. இந்த ஆராய்ச்சி பிராணியை வளர்ச்சி செய்யணும்னா பேசிக்கா agriculture sector should be increased, enhanced, improved. அது ஒரு growth ஆகும். அப்படி growth ஆகின்ற போதுதான் இதை சார்ந்து இருக்கின்ற industry sectors, service sectors will automatically grow. Development innovations, more concentrations, we should concentrate more on the private sector of our country. இந்த பார்த்தீங்கன்னா rural settlements, birth rate, mortalities, malnutrition, education, healthcare, migration, per capita income on wages, subsistence of minimum wages, agriculture and agri sectors. These are the determining the GDP of our country. Total productivity வந்து அதிகரிக்கின்ற போது நாடுகளுடைய வளர்ச்சி கிடையாது. Why we need to focus on innovations and various sectors? நாடுகளுடைய வளர்ச்சி வந்து அல்டிமேட்டா full employment இருக்கும், better income போகணும், economic development ஆகும். இது மூணாவது innovations பார்ப்போம். அப்ப இந்த innovations பார்க்கும்போது we need to make the inequality as equality. சமத்துவத்தையும் சமத்துவத்தையும் கடைபிடிக்கணும்னா ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா வந்து சமநிலையை கடைபிடிக்கணும், எல்லாரும் சமமாக இருக்கணும். அவன் standard living வந்து பார்க்கலாம். Standard living 40% of populations are below the poverty line. அவங்களை பேர் கொண்டிருக்கு. அதை பற்றிய innovations வந்து வேணும். அப்ப ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா வந்து வளர்ச்சி என்பது ஏற்படும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டாங்க. அதே மாதிரி forest அப்படின்னு இயற்கை எப்படி பார்க்கலாம், environment. Forest is the lungs of life. அந்த lungs நம்ம பாதுகாக்கணும்னா we should make awareness to protect the environment. அதனால environment protect பண்ணும்போது ஆக்சிஜன் லெவல் வந்து போகும். டிரான்ஸ்போர்ட் எங்கே போகும்போது கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடு வந்து ஒவ்வொரு மரத்திலும் இன்வைட் பண்ணும். 50 வருட மரம் வந்து 2000 கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடு வந்து இன்வைட் பண்ணுது. அப்ப இதெல்லாம் சரி பண்ணணும்னா we have some responsibilities to build a new nation. India is building a instance to construct new models. So in this few words, I conclude my session. Thank you for this
My dear students,
colors பண்ணுவோம். பண்ணலாமா? Hello? Hello? Hi, hi. Hello, hi. Before I go to the topic, I heartily congratulate the management for choosing this wonderful topic as your conference title. Let us all give them a round of applause. Your teachers for choosing this wonderful topic as your conference title. இன்னைக்கு ஹாலிடேஸ் கேட்கணும். ஆனால் நிறைய ஆவணங்கள் கொண்டு வந்தாங்க. உங்களுக்கு எல்லாருக்கும் மனசாவே ஒரு ஞாபகம் இருக்கா? ஹலோ, நம்மளோட டைட்டில் என்ன? இனோவேஷன் அப்படிங்கிறது நீங்க எடுக்கிறது. எல்லா பிசினஸ்லயும் இனோவேஷன் ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். நிறைய டைப் ஆஃப் இனோவேஷன் இருக்கு. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம் இனோவேஷன், சிஸ்டம் இனோவேஷன், நைட் எல்லாம் போடுவாங்க. எல்லாம் நைட் போடுவோம். திடீர்னு வெளியே நம்மளே வெளியே போகணும்னா வந்து அம்மா வெளியே போகணும் அப்படின்னா ஷால் எடுத்து போட்டுருக்காங்க. இந்த ஷாலையும் டவலையும் கம்பைன் பண்ணி ஷவல் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு கிளாத் மெட்டீரியல் மார்க்கெட்ல வந்து நீங்க எல்லாம் ஸ்டோன் சொல்லுவீங்க. ஸ்டோன் அது ஒரு டிஸ்டர்பிங். எத்தனை பேருக்கு Spotify ஆப் தெரியும்? Spotify ஆப். ஓகே, அது என்ன ஆப்மா? அது ஒரு டிஜிட்டல் மியூசிக் ஆப். இது எந்த வருஷம் சொல்றாங்கன்னா 2006ல ஸ்பீக்கர்ல தொடங்கினாங்க. யோசிச்சு பாருங்க, அந்த காலத்துல பாட்டு கேட்கணும்னா என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்க? எல்லாரும் டேப் ரெக்கார்டர், பெரிய ஸ்பீக்கரு, அதுக்கப்புறம் மொபைல் போன்ல வச்சிருந்தோம். ரேடியோ சாங் டவுன்லோட் பண்ணி நம்ம கேட்டுட்டே இருந்தோம். Spotify ஆப் ஒரு இன்ஸ்டாகிராம் நம்ம தேவைப்படும் போது ஆன்லைன்ல வேணுங்கிற சாங் கேட்கலாம் இல்லையா? இந்த மாதிரி இனோவேஷன் எவ்வளோ கொண்டு வந்தாங்கன்னா ட்விட்டரோட அவங்க லிங்க் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. ட்விட்டரோட லிங்க் பண்ணி கிளைண்ட்ஸ்க்கு என்னென்ன சாங் பிடிக்குமோ அது மூலமா நீங்க சஜஷன் கேட்டு உங்களோட ஆப்பை டெய்லி டெவலப் பண்ணிட்டே வராங்க. இப்போ எக்ஸாம்பிள் அந்த சப்ஸ்கிரைபர் எவ்வளோ பேர் இருக்காங்க? இது Spotify சப்ஸ்கிரைபர் 433 மில்லியன் சப்ஸ்கிரைபர்ஸ் Spotify ஆப் இருக்கு. இதுல 180 ஆன் எல்லாமே பண்றாங்க. ஹலோ, தெரியும் ரொம்ப டிஃபிகல்ட்டான டைம். இப்போ பேச ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டு இருக்கு. ரொம்ப நேரம் நம்மளோட காலையிலே சாப்பாடு போட்டுட்டு இருக்க முடியாது. ஐ அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட். ஸோ இனோவேஷன் அப்படிங்கிறது நம்ம செல்போன்ல பார்க்கறதோ இல்லை டிவியில பார்க்கறதோ இல்லை. உடம்புல இனோவேஷன் இருக்கு. நீ ஆண்டர்பிரனர் ஆகலாம். அந்த இனோவேஷன் உனக்கு ஏதோ ஒரு ஸ்பாட் இருக்கலாம், ஒரு கிரியேட்டிவிட்டி இருக்கலாம். அதை இனோவேட் பண்ண இன்னும் கான்ஃபிடன்ட் டெவலப் பண்ண you can become a successful entrepreneur if you adopt that innovation process in your life. On behalf of this college management, I wholeheartedly congratulate Dr. Craze and Dr. Paravai. These two legends have shared so much of information about innovation. So I thank them on behalf of this management, and I also thank the management for inviting me as the resource person for today's program, and I also thank you for your cooperation. Thank you. That is an announcement. I request the remote Mangayarkarasi from Paravai College, the collegial link under college, the Jansen link, SMS college of Action Line, R. Saravata, DrKK College, DrKK, Madurai Comparative University, to assemble at 1:45 at Seminar Hall for your presentation. So, this is the time for your lunch. Students can discuss, but sharply focus your summary. Thank you.
யார ஒரே நிமிஷம்
சாரிம்மா. வாப்பா வா வா வா. ஆமா தனியா போக மாட்டாங்க வா. சார் சாப்பிட்டு போ வாங்க. சார் தேங்க்யூ நல்லா இருந்தது. எனக்கு அது 1 hour பேசினேன்.
Should I start? Hello?
Lily, are you from GLS University? Lily? I have seen you somewhere. I don't know where. Lily, am I audible to you?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, but Lily is not replying. I don't know why. How are you, Professor?
Hi.
Fine.
Yes. I'm perfect. I came quite early, because I thought my talk would be around 12:30, but
The conference, the Indian Standard Time is not there. It is Indian Stretchable Time. In the conference, normally it gets delayed.
I thought so. So I was rather prepared for that. So that was not an issue. But no, yeah. But it's nice. What I like in this conference is this pan-Indian thing. I'm so glad that you guys participate, and we need to promote this kind of an
Conferences, yes.
Conferences, yes. Once Balakrishna has organized one in Malaysia where I participated, where even people from Kashmir came. It was wonderful.
I was there in that conference. I met you also that during.
Oh, right. Okay, I'm sorry, I forgot. Okay. Good. So yeah, you were from Gujarat, right?
Yes, I'm from Gujarat.
Wow. Yeah.
I'm from the place of Narendra Modi. And now it is easy for recognizing that location and everything.
That's right. Yeah.
So can we start the presentation? Kavi Arsu sir, are you there? Balakrishnan? I think nobody is there, sir. We'll start without asking permission from others. You are the session chair of this, na, sir? We are. Let me call Pala.
I normally, like when they have a lunch break, they never return on time. No.
What time?
No. And the second problem is that when they come, probably they would be pretty sleepy, you see. So this is always, I thought, like, oh my God, our time, huh? So we need to keep those guys awake.
Awake, yes, true.
Yeah, maybe you should ask some questions.
So now it is a paper presentation, yes, sir, or do you have your speech? It is over?
No, I'm probably after yours. I don't know when I'm supposed to
talk.
Because
2 to 3, it is the paper presentation, and I am the chairperson along with some professor. I don't know the name of that person.
Oh, okay. So poster now.
So I need to ask. I'll ask the Bala and I'll get back to you. Give me a minute.
Yeah, sure. I mean, he said there is, yeah, okay. Hello, Neeli. I have
Yes.
I have a doubt now. How to pronounce Narendra Modi or Modi?
Modi.
Yeah, because everybody say Modi, Modi. Like.
No, no. It's a Modi. It is like modified. So Narendra Modi is not modified. So it is Modi.
Yes, yes, yes. Because Nehru's father was also a Modi, right? So, yeah.
So, sir, we'll start with the 2 or 3 online presenters because offline presentations are parallelly done. And after that, we have your presentation, sir, your speech.
I see.
Yes.
So,
So
it's
we
a
will
kind.
start with the first presenter, Nilisha.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you have to present within 5 minutes.
Yes, yes.
And you are from Gujarat, is it?
Yes, ma'am.
GLS University?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Chalo, you can start.
Yes, I'll just share my screen.
Major, it is already shared. You come to your major contributions.
Okay.
Fine?
Yeah, ma'am.
And your contribution. Here
Yeah.
you can keep.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir. So the topic of my presentation is study of customer preference, basically towards OTT or digital media platform in Ahmedabad. So we are focusing on entertainment industry, and that too we are focusing on OTT. Now, why only entertainment industry and OTT? So if we are going to the facts, globally around 4.95 billion internet users were there in January 2022, which was around 62.5% of global population. And if you talk about India, it is 750 million internet users were there in 2020, which was 55% of Indian population, which is showing significant Indian internet users. Now, when we compare 2020 versus 2019, so there were 62 million OTT video subscriptions in comparison to 32 million at the end of 2019, which is almost double. And when we compare market value of digital media growth rate in India, there was hike of 49% across entertainment industry. Now, when I talk about financial performance, OTT video platform subscription revenue in 2020 and 21, you can see on screen with estimates of 2024. You can just see the sharp increase. But when you talk about OTT, it includes all OTT platforms. So video, messaging, calling, music, television, all platforms. But mainly we are focusing on video OTT platforms. Now this is a detail of theaters revenue that they are generating. Now, though 2020 and 21 witnessed COVID, so we can understand that revenue was definitely low and footfalls were definitely low. But when you talk about 2022 data, there were 39 movies released. And though there were few movies, 4 to 5 movies could generate good footfall, but there are around 20 movies wherein the footfall was even less than 1 million, which is saying that even movies are released in the theaters, but whether people are actually going to the theaters or whether they are actually going or not, that is a question mark. So the objective of my research is to identify preference of people towards choice of various OTT platforms, bundle OTT media services, and content availability. Second is to know satisfaction level of them and to what they derive from different OTT applications. And the next is to visualize impact of demographic variables, that is gender, education, age, and everything on use of OTT platform. I have used snowball sampling method. I have made research of 115 respondents, and the techniques I've used is independent sample t-test, chi-square test, and ANOVA. This is literature review. I guess I should skip this.
Yes.
Okay. So the inference I have just got.
Sample.
Sorry.
How it is snowball sample? Can you explain?
Because it is through references.
So the reference you have taken by your own, and then people have given reference.
Yes, ma'am. So the inferences that I have got from the research is movies and web series were most preferred content. There was no significant difference among the content preference of customers. Out of surveyed, around 32% respondents prefer bundle subscription. So when I say bundle subscription, for example, Jio. So people are preferring combined subscription. 44 are preferring individual and rest are preferring combination of both. There is no significant difference among profession while they choose the preferred OTT. There is no significant difference among people from different age group while they prefer different factors that impact the choice of OTT platform. Out of surveyed, around 4% do not prefer OTT because theaters are open, and remaining 96% of the people are saying we are sticking to OTT even the theaters are open. Next is, out of surveyed, 46% respondents prefer to watch TV channels provided by cable connection along with OTT application, and rest do not prefer to watch TV channels. Why? Because they are preferring OTT channels now. Next is, there is no significant difference between gender, like with regards to satisfaction level, being it male or female, satisfaction level is almost same. There is no significant difference with gender with regards to satisfaction level, as I said, and age group with satisfaction level. So even if person is from different age group, satisfaction level is same. Same with education level, that even if a person is having different educational qualification, his satisfaction from different OTT application is same, almost same. Gender and time since when people are using OTT application are independent, so it is having no any relation. Age and time since when people are using OTT platform are independent. Profession and time since when they are using OTT platform are independent. Gender and annual spending are independent. So annual spending are actually independent with all demographic variables. So this is basically inference that we have got from this survey. So what I would like to conclude from this survey that we have made, that though OTT platforms are very successful, but now theaters will have to come up with some attractive strategy to grab the audience of customer. Definitely people will be attracted to big screens and big Dolby screens, Dolby theater sound effect, but still because the OTT are very convenient and very comfortable, flexible, they can easily pause and they can easily switch to any other content. So for theaters, it would be very challenging to come with some other strategies. That was all about my side. Open to any questions?
Good topic.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
One of my PhD scholar is pursuing PhD on the same topic.
Okay, ma'am.
Nice topic.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
So you can extend your research, like you can come up with the model building wherein you can suggest the factor that this multiplex people should keep into consideration.
Yes,
that
ma'am.
kind of model building can be done out of this.
Yes.
Right now you have focused only on a bivariate data analysis. You can focus on multivariate also.
Yes, true, ma'am.
Yeah. Any questions from the audience?
No, that's an interesting topic. So I think OTT versus open theater, I definitely prefer OTT because I don't like noise. And with the pandemic, naturally, like theater is a source of infection, but it is very noisy in India. But some people like the crowd and the noise and that excitement. So this is an interesting, as she concludes that I'm not sure whether the theaters will come out with any innovative ideas to attract these people, but she could also do that survey, like the percentage of people, stay still with OTT and the people going to the theaters. I don't know how one could design a methodology for that, but that's a very difficult thing. But still, a survey like that would definitely will be interesting.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Can we have the next presenter, Rajkumar?
Hello, I am ready, madam. I am ready. I am ready.
Dilli, you stop sharing. Rajkumar, you start making presentation.
Yes, I am ready now. Can I go ahead, madam?
Yeah, you are from?
I am from Bangalore, madam.
Okay, start making presentation.
Yes, okay. I'll share this one.
And you know the time is a constraint, yes?
Yes, I understand, ma'am. I will go ahead with this.
We are also waiting to listen to his speech.
Okay,
and
sure, ma'am.
YouTube, those who have joined through the YouTube, they are also waiting. So you have fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, done, madam. So
okay.
This is this one. Okay, I'll go ahead with my topic. My paper title is Investors' Preference Towards Select Investment Avenues with special reference to investors in Bangalore City. So, what I would like to share, only 4 or 5 slides are there. I would like to share what is an investment and what I have done here. Basically, the title says, my title is Investors' Preference Towards Select Investment Avenues with special reference to investors in Bangalore City. A purchase of a financial product or other valuable object with the prospect of positive future returns is referred to as an investment. Investing is a serious topic that can have a significant impact on the person's future financial well-being. Investors have a variety of options for where to put their money. The risk and return associated with each of these investment options range from one to the next. The study goals are to determine the investor's preference for various investment options, as well as the risk tolerance level and returns associated with each investment options. My objectives of the study is to determine the preferences of the investors for the various investment avenues, to understand the risk and returns of various investment avenues, to determine the level of satisfaction with the investment objective. So what are the variables I have taken? Equity shares I have taken, debentures I have taken, mutual funds I have taken, fixed deposits I have taken, futures I have taken, real estate I have taken, gold I have taken. All these variables I have taken. I have done a research on this, and research gap I have found out. Marketing of a financial service and other investment channels must be understood in a dynamic and competitive environment in order to realize the investor's attitude. Despite the fact that a range of investment options are available, the majority of the people still rely on the banking system to invest their money using the banking system excess liquidity. Deposit interest rates have been decreased by banks despite a great outcry from the retirees and depositors. Interest rates offered by banks have been steadily declining. As a result, it would be more beneficial to investigate the various different possibilities available for maximizing the once hard-earned savings through a structured system. So, as a result, the researcher attempted to determine how well the youngsters are aware about the various investment options and their attitude towards investments in the current study. I got my findings. It is clear that my findings say that 58% of the respondents have said equity shares have high risk, and 25% of the respondents have said equity shares have medium risk, and 53% of the respondents have mentioned debentures have a medium risk, and 30% of the respondents have said debentures have a high risk, and only 17% have said they have low risk. Out of 60 respondents, 58% of them have said real estate have high risk, and 66% of the respondents have said gold investment is associated with the low risk, and 17% of the respondents said that the gold investment is associated with high risk, and 25% of the respondents stated equity shares give a medium level returns, and 58% of the respondents said equity shares gives high level of returns, and only 17% of the respondents have said that equity shares use low level of returns. So out of 60 respondents, 53% of them stated that the debentures give a medium level of returns. Out of 60 respondents, 33% are neither satisfied nor satisfied with the investment objective dividend. Their satisfaction level is neutral. 42% of the respondents are satisfied with the capital appreciation from investments. Only 17% of the respondents are not satisfied with the objectives of the safety. 58% of them are satisfied with the safety. Conclusion: though the investors are highly educated, it was revealed that investors face difficulties in differentiating various investment avenues. Also, they lack in knowledge and skills of investing. Considering the current scenario of real estate market, it is concluded that every investor must have a real estate as a part of their portfolio. It has been observed that the investors are investing in residential property and along with the commercial property because it acts as an extra income source. It is concluded that investors still prefer banks over the other kinds of fixed deposit. Considering past, present, and future prospects of the gold, it is concluded that every investor must have a precious metals like gold in their portfolio. Scope for the further research: because the data was collected from respondents who were confined to a certain location, the results produced are location specific. Because the study scope is limited, the wide range of data cannot be obtained. Few respondents are unwilling to share their thoughts and opinions on their investments, and most have stated consistent attitude on investment techniques. All of them all the flaws in secondary data will be reflected in study for the final outcome. So this is my presentation, this is my topic, and I have shared the findings and suggestions of what is the scope for this research. And my topic is very interesting topic, and it is
Mr. Raj, this is your PhD title. Are you working on that?
I am working. I am about to submit my thesis in a few days.
Okay.
But this is not my full title. I have only part of the title. I am presenting a paper here.
Fine. Okay. Because this is the widely done research area and people know about this topic. Thank you so much. Can we have Rakshita now? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Rakshita, are you here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, start sharing your screen. Mr. Raju, stop sharing so that Rakshita can.
Yeah.
Rakshita, introduce yourself. You're from where?
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Rakshita. I'm from Bangalore. I'm a post-graduation student from Mount Carmel College.
Okay.
I'm from Bangalore. I'm not able to share the screen
because this person has not stopped down.
Yes,
Mr. Raj, you stop sharing it. Then only she will be able to make presentation. Raj? Raj? Rajkumar, can you stop sharing your presentation?
Stop, ma'am.
No, it is already there on the screen. You stop sharing.
Okay. For the share. Yeah.
You stop sharing. Still it is on the...
I stopped, ma'am.
No, it is on the screen.
How come?
It is on screen.
Sorry, I'm just. Can anybody guide me? I'm getting stuck here.
There is one green button. You click on that.
Yeah, I clicked on that.
And it will ask that stop sharing.
Or you may probably see on the top menu, stop sharing a red.
Sure.
Stop
sharing. Yes.
Yeah, do that.
Otherwise,
go to the middle top.
Stop sharing.
You will see a red box. Stop sharing. Yeah, somewhere there. Yes.
I don't know. I am just
view options.
No, view option it is not there. You have to stop sharing only. View option nahi hai.
Then why don't you click the share screen option and maybe you will stop there.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Okay. Good.
Okay, Rakshita, you may start.
Yes, ma'am. Once again.
So you're a PG student, yeah?
Yes, ma'am.
You can make oral presentation also without PPT because there is a difference between reading and presenting. So if you're going to read, I think impact of cross-culture training. Okay, fine. So you're a HR student, is it?
Yes, ma'am. So my topic for presentation is impact of cross-cultural training on expatriates. So first, what is cross-cultural training? The term cross-cultural training refers to the training courses that develop an awareness between people where a common cultural framework does not exist or is not recognized. So cross-cultural training means any trainings that helps people overcome cultural challenges in work.
What are your objectives?
Yes. So the purpose of the study is to find the impact of cross-cultural training on expatriates and the relationship between the cross-cultural training and the expatriates. So this research is based on qualitative data and is descriptive in nature, and it's a conceptual paper. So the main objectives of the research is to study the preconditions of intercultural training of expatriates' success, to examine the importance of cross-cultural training, and to analyze the different methods of cross-cultural training. So these are the variables of cross-cultural training of this research, and the limitations include that this is
the variable you have studied through secondary sources of data without going for a primary data, is it?
Yes. So the limitation is also that this is based on secondary data, and there is no primary data involved in this research. So the analysis analysis and interpretation part, as a precondition of the expatriate success, it has focused on 4 key areas where different culture, including power distance, individualism, masculinity, and uncertainty avoidance. For example, like India is a hierarchical society with a high level of control over its citizens. So people are honored based on their wealth, prestige, and material. Whereas in Sweden, they believe in coaching leaders, empowering people, and the power is decentralized, allowing people to be participative in decision making. So now, hello, I'm getting some disturbance.
Yes, there is some disturbance.
Yeah.
Participant, if please mute yourself.
So these are few importance of cross-cultural training. Like it helps in communication at work. Excuse me. Can I continue?
This is
Gayatri,
from
can
this.
you mute yourself, Gayatri?
Yes.
Yeah, continue.
The main importance for expatriates is it helps in building communication trust. It increases the output and revenue of the organization. It also increases the incentives for the employees, which will motivate them for better work. It will creativity will also be enhanced by having a wider range of cultural influence, and the company may utilize the most brilliant individuals in human resource departments regarding their locations and employees from foreign countries. So these are the few methods of cross-cultural training, where didactic training is like factual information, wherein lectures and informal briefings are given. Experiential trainings are look-see trips and workshops, and it's practical learning where the employees will be taken to trips to the countries, and they'll get the experience of practical learning. Attribution is where they learn to think and act as a host national. Language training is teaching them the specific intercultural language and communication.
Okay, Rakshita, it is all about methods. Okay, tell me your learning. What you have learned after conducting the secondary?
Yeah, my findings is that expatriate managers who received the cross-cultural training will be more productive for the organization than who did not receive cross-cultural training. And cross-cultural
that the company should invest in this kind of training. That
they should invest, and there are various methods and technology and innovation which they can adapt to increase the expatriate
the capital and in human here, that is investment in
exactly.
the human investment, it is best. Yes, you can do that.
And there are my suggestion is also that there are many Indian companies who still don't prefer or don't give formal cross-cultural training for expatriates, and even family, whether it's dual couple training or family who are going with the expatriates for the other countries, they also need to get training. And
so if you have a list of the company, you can go for a case study analysis. That could be the best thing you can do.
Yeah, and the few companies who actually focus on culture is IBM, Accenture, Coca-Cola
companies. So you prepare the list of the companies, those who are not focusing, and you develop the case study for that. That is the best learning out of this research. Yes. Thank you so much. Can we have Bhavesh and Kush?
Yes.
Yes, Bhavesh and Kush. Chalo. This is a joint paper?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So you both are from?
Gujarat.
Which
Gujarat
college?
University, School of Commerce.
School of Commerce, fine. PG student?
No, yeah. PhD scholar, research fellow.
Okay. So how
I am from HNGU Patna, research scholar.
So how do you come to know about the conference? कैसे पता चला? Soda sir has informed?
No, Jappi sir is called me.
Okay, fine, chalo. So I shared the brochure and then you got the advantage of that. Good. Chalo, Bhavesh, you can make the presentation. You have 5 minutes. Chalo.
My topic is profitability analysis of selected cement companies of India. And my objective is profitability analysis is 2 types, based on sales and related to overall return on assets and investment. Based on sales, I calculate EBITD margin ratio, EBIT margin ratio, net profit margin ratio, return on capital employed, return on asset. I method these 5 ratios use. My objective is to study the overview of Indian cement industry, to evaluate the profitability analysis of selected cement companies of India, to study various ways to measure the profitability based on sales.
So why you have not prepared PPT? Is there any reason of not preparing PPT, dear?
No, yes, ma'am. Yes, I try PPT, present in PPT.
But it is not possible, so that you are making through Word document, is it?
No, presentation start.
Presentation start.
This is my PPT.
Okay, this is PPT. So it look like Word document. So you have to add lot of animation and everything. So, okay. So basically, you have done a ratio analysis.
Yes, ma'am.
How many years you have included for this?
5 years I calculate. 2017 to 2021 to 22.
So all the only profitability ratio you have taken into consideration, or the liquidity and turnover ratios also you have taken into consideration?
No, ma'am. I consider my PhD topic is financial performance of.
So only profitability analysis you have done, huh?
Yes, profitability analysis.
So what are the analysis? Come to that analysis, because we know the theoretical part, and time is a constant. So you come to your analysis. What analysis you have done? Because this is whole presentation. I think it is like whole PhD. So come to your
yes,
hypothesis. Excel,
ANOVA and hypothesis. My hypothesis is there is no significant difference between the EBITDA margin ratio of selected cement companies of India. And my alternative hypothesis is there is a significant difference between the EBITDA margin ratio of selected cement companies of India. I calculate ANOVA and my result is significant difference between the all profitability ratio of selected cement companies of India. And my finding is this: EBITDA margin ratio.
So why there is a difference? Why it is significant? That I want to know. Result you are having, but why? That I am interested in to know. Why the results are significant? Tell me that. Last question from my side.
No. इसमें मेरे को नहीं, मैं हिंदी बोलूँगा तो चलेगा ना?
Kannan sir is not following Hindi. He is from Malaysia. He is not knowing Hindi.
No,
so you have to speak in English only.
Yes.
तो मैं तो गुजराती में भी बोलूं, पण सर ने ना आवड़े ने.
ના yes.
ખાલી મોદીએ બધાને કેમ છો મજામાં એટલું જ શીખવાડ્યું છે, એટલે તમારે ઇંગ્લિશમાં જ બોલવું પડશે.
No, yes, I try in English. The difference of significant in all cement companies, because the one company and other company ratio is different. So there is a significant difference. Every company's current ratio, profitability ratio is different. So the null hypothesis is rejected. So alternative hypothesis is accepted. There is a significant difference of all cement companies.
Fine. Can you conclude in a one line, because we have a last presentation from Naresh Thakur. Bhavesh, conclude beta.
Yes, ma'am. Manager cement industry play a very significant role in Indian economy. There are a significant difference between the selected 5 profitability ratio of selected cement companies of India. After the study, it is concluded that all the profitability ratio of Sri Cement Limited is at top position out of selected 5 cement companies. The India Cement Limited rank at the bottom in terms of performance measured with the selected metric. 4 companies like Ambuja Cement Limited, Ultratech Cement Limited, and ACC Limited, the analysis of ratio showed mixed trend. This is my conclusion.
Okay, fine. So cement is the most significant industry that you have come out with the research. So without conducting also, I know the cement industry is the most significant in the economy. What new you are adding to your research after PhD?
Yes, this research is my PhD topic.
So what new things you are adding, that I am saying?
I knew in
the same question. Okay, Bhavesh, the same question the PhD jury in the external, they will ask. The question that I have asked, So prepare for this question. Right now, I know that you don't know the answer of this question, but prepare for this question because the same question for your jury also in your final term will be asked. Thank you so much. Can we have Naresh?
Wow, you're a tough examiner.
Because time is a constraint and we want to start with your presentation. That's why.
Oh,
so Bala has given me this deadline. That's why.
Thank you so much. But still, no.
Yes,
but I appreciate you. The way you conduct is amazing, beautiful.
My students are saying that I'm like a Jhansi Ki Rani.
You are.
Naresh, are you here? Naresh Thakur, are you making presentation or shall we start with the first speech? I think Naresh is not there, sir. You can start with your. We are eagerly waiting. Yeah, we are eagerly waiting for your speech.
Where is this Naresh Thakur? He's there.
Hello.
Are you making presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes. Let him proceed. It's okay. It's okay. I can wait.
Good noon, ma'am and sir.
Yes, good noon. You are from?
I am from North Gujarat.
Gujarat.
Excuse me. Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Myself, Megha. Don't you have my name in presentation list, ma'am?
No, your name is not listed because might be you have not registered for online.
Yes, I have already registered, ma'am, for online only, not offline. And that Muthu Selvi ma'am also shared this, link for presentation, online presentation. That's why I'm asking.
No problem. We'll take yours also. You are the last one then. No
Exactly.
Okay, fine.
Yeah,
okay.
Let's do that. Yeah.
Yes, madam.
Yes.
Ma'am,
okay,
I am PhD scholar.
And
my topic is in in-depth study on financial literacy and its impact on investment decision pattern of working women in North Gujarat. Then I present to first paper is to study effect on financial literacy on investment decision of working women in North Gujarat. Exerted the term financial literacy index the way to know, to understanding how to money works. Good financial literacy so highlight on one's non-violence avenues, skill and investment decision. Investment is done for the benefits for my future, either for short term or long term. This study aims to investing the financial literacy, awareness of working women in investment avenues, professional avenues and factors influencing their investment decision. The result effect of women, a less awareness on virus awareness along with the demographic factors of material status, income creator specification factor, namely liquidity, safety, risk, and return associated with the assumption inflection their investment decision. Then, sir, introductions may financial literacy are partly realizes the way of which money works, its impact is awareness and examination, how one makes money spends.
So, Naresh, you have not prepared PPT and your topic on financial literacy. This is your PhD title?
Yeah.
Okay, so why PPT not prepared? You don't know how to make?
Also work on other, madam, my work was political science. Then time period is the problem.
So time nahi tha, that's why you are not prepared, no problem. But the financial literacy, as I have seen, that the more the people be educated, they are not investing, they are not that much literate. So if you'll see that the local vendors and people like that, even sabji wala, fruit wala, they are investing in SIP. But if you take any person from defense side, they are very reluctant to invest. So higher the education literacy, financial literacy is less.
Yeah.
So this could be the one of the way from where you can start your further research. यहाँ से start कर सकते हैं, है ना?
I have North Gujarat all district, then all district to 115 samples for educated women.
Fine.
The whole women were highestly investing in banking.
Banking. Because they're the educated female, they are taking the decision by asking their husband.
Yes.
So they don't have that financial literacy.
Always right. Yeah.
Okay. Good decision, good research, Naresh. Can we have the last presenter? I think Megha.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, beta. Megha, can we have your presentation? I forgot.
Okay, sure, ma'am. I'll share my PPT.
Fine, chalo, start. You are the last presenter, so I am going to ask many questions to you.
Okay. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yeah, is visible. Oh, financial literacy and retirement planning.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Same also previous candidate also presented on this. Warm good afternoon, everybody, respected dignitaries. Let me introduce myself. Myself, Megha H. I'm a research scholar from Department of PG Studies and Research in Commerce, Kuvempu University, which is located in Shimoga, Karnataka state.
Okay, Megha, come to your objectives. Yes, I have seen your introduction. So come to your major objectives. I think this is PhD title, is it?
Yeah. This is not a fully PhD title. It's a part
this
of.
Paper, it is from your PhD.
Oh, yes, ma'am. And when we talk about financial literacy and retirement planning, globally, there is a concern that people are not adequately preparing for retirement. As you told earlier, that retirement planning is found to be associated with a number of individual socioeconomic characteristics. We can take demographic.
Yes, I'll add one thing. In India, 3% of people only they are going for retirement planning. Otherwise, क्या करते? They rely on their kids. अपने बेटे कमा रहे हैं तो उनके ऊपर रिलाई कर रहे हैं, so they are not making any retirement planning. So this is the research. So 3% people they go for retirement planning.
Okay, go ahead. This is all about introduction that old age security means income security is most important thing that everyone should have towards concern on that. And this table shows about the population above 60 years in million. Then the status of the study, these are all some literature reviews I have gone through for this study. And when we talk about the statement of the problem with the growth in aging population becoming higher than the growth in young population, there is an urgent need to give a serious thought to financial literacy and retirement planning. Countries' financial literacy and financial planning behavior is different compared to other countries. So for my study, I have taken 4 countries, including India, Norway, Sweden, and USA for comparative analysis to know the different characteristics of the respective countries' retirement planning and financial literacy. So 4 countries have taken, and this is the significance of the study. When we talk about the objectives of the study, the objective of the study is to compare and understand financial literacy and retirement planning, mainly pension system in India, Sweden, Norway, and USA, to study 4 countries' pension structure, financial literacy, and retirement planning, to know the awareness and retirement preparation by selected characteristics of sample countries. Selected characteristics mainly we'll say about demographic elements. The study of to study the primary source on anticipated income in retirement by selected characteristics, to study the government contribution towards financial literacy and retirement planning among 4 countries, and the last to know the comparative performance of pension.
Hold on. See, everywhere you have written to study, to study, to study. It will look bad. So when you are writing your thesis, you write study, examine, correlate. Yeah, don't repeat the verbs again and again. Go ahead.
Okay. And methodology, as I told, research design is comprised of 4 countries have taken for the study: India, Sweden, Norway, USA. Why I have taken 4 countries mainly means their retirement structure, means pension structure, and the categorical segregation is different from one another. So India is not Indian pension system is not same with other countries. So like that, likewise I have taken for this study. And when we talk about the discussion and results in Indian pension system, as we know that in 2003, national pension system was introduced, and we are following that only. And DB to DC we are following. In pension system in Sweden, they are following the income-based pension, premium pension, guarantee pension, occupational pension, private pension plans, survivor's pension. and there was one big table which is not fit in this PPT. So I briefly have given the theory part.
One more learning. You can give hyperlink to such kind of data. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
In presentation, you can't say that it is not fitting. You can give a hyperlink and you can show always.
Okay.
Fine. Okay.
Yeah. Fine.
Can you conclude your presentation?
Okay. And
so, what is the conclusion?
So, am I supposed to say findings, ma'am?
The findings I am not interested, I know. So conclusion, I know as a researcher, I know the conclusion that in India, most of the oldest people, they depend on their son's income. They don't make retirement planning. So after completing 60 years respectfully खत्म करने के बाद फिर उनको अपने बेटे के पैसे मांगने पड़ते हैं कि yes, I पैसे दे दो. तो that situation itself is so insulting. So then,
when we talk about professional persons, means organized sector employees are following such kind of things, like they are planning for the retirement, for future disbursement, post annulation period. They are planning effectively, means sufficiently, because they know that they don't want to depend on their sons or daughters for their life survival after getting retirement. So some people are there, means when we talk about organized sector, people are planning for the retirement.
So your research is good, that I don't doubt. But what I'm saying that, see, I own 2 finance company. I am a owner of the 2 financial companies. So result मुझे पता ही है कि पूरे इंडिया में 3% लोग ही अपना रिटायरमेंट प्लान करते हैं. Otherwise, everyone they depend on their son. अपने बेटे बेटी से वो मांगते हैं. Clear? So now from here you have to start your research. Yes, ऐसे कितने लोग हैं you can identify. So your age group, you can plan like 45 wala age group, and then you can make them aware. So awareness and planning, that both, then only this research will be helpful to others. So जो 45 age वाले हैं उनको अपना retirement they can plan, so that उनको अपने बेटों से वो पैसे नहीं मांगना पड़े. Otherwise मुझे खुद को पता है कि I am a finance faculty, 3% people they do retirement planning. Otherwise they rely on their son. अपने बेटे की income पर भी वो rely.
Some awareness and knowledgeable programs also should have cultivated. Should be cultivated.
So as a researcher, it is your job to start from that.
Yeah, that is my research, means thesis title, ma'am. But I have taken some part of I have taken primary data.
You want to add something in that? Very interesting topic.
I know mainly I have my research is all about I have concentrated on teaching faculties, ma'am. Financial literacy and retirement planning among teaching faculties. Selected university have taken. So this is based on secondary data. So I have put some secondary things in that.
So teaching faculty also if the older earlier scheme they have pension plan, but nowadays even teaching faculty, those who have joined from 2005, pension is closed. So again they have to rely on their beta beti pe rely karna hi padega. So easily I am saying that the pension it is stopped. So we need to make an awareness.
Yes, true.
Yes.
I completely agree with you, and I'll go by further things by taking your words also. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yes, Kannan sir.
Oh,
any comments?
Well, I'm really amazed by which you really help the students and to give directions, and I really appreciate that. And as you rightly said, that most of this thing is coming from a secondary data. I wish the research scholars actually do some real methodological work and go on primary data. Only with primary data, we can really improve the situation. And the international comparison is good, but because we need to see, especially Sweden, Germany, and the Nordic countries, they are extremely socialistic in their mind, and it's a social welfare system. And so India is doing it in a very different way. I think it would be very exciting if a real comparison is done between the Indian system, the very traditional, as you rightly mentioned, about depending on the parents, as well as the Western system, which is so individualistic, and the government takes over supporting individuals. And so it would be very interesting if they do that. But otherwise, this session was very enjoyable. Thank you so much for lovely, like the way you conducted this whole session. I really
Thanks, sir.
appreciate it. Yeah.
Yes, over to Bala sir. Bala sir, please. You have to introduce Kannan sir, is it? Bala sir. Sir is waiting. Over to you, Balakrishnan sir.
Nice meeting you, Dr. Mamta, after a long time.
Oh, thank you so much. Same here, sir.
Yeah.
So, Bala sir, can we start with the sir speech now? Or is there any other formality to be done? Can we have the organizing committee member, anyone?
So it's my privilege to introduce Professor Dr. Mangayarkarasi, Christian Albert University. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah.
He's an interdisciplinary person with background in biology and chemistry, with a specific focus on environmental problems. Like he has some basic toxicology and pesticides and household pests in BSc and MSc. He has an environmental chemistry during his PhD. And he studied pesticides in semi-tropical climate. He got an opportunity to observe and implement in vitro cellular bioassays for the impact assessment of toxic pollution in biota. We have more than 10 years at Geomer Helmetola Gentrum.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, do I see myself on the screen? Okay, I'll start. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you hear me, right? Hello? Okay, right, yeah, I see myself on the screen now. I'm a little bit worried about the audio, but do you all hear me well?
Yes, sir, you are perfectly audible.
Okay, right, good. So first of all, good afternoon to everyone, and especially the organizers from Bodhi International Journal, Mr. Dr. Balakrishnan, and then the Mangayarkarasi College of Arts and Science for Women from Madurai, and the BK School of Professional and Management Studies at Gujarat University. I really appreciate that a pan-Indian conference is on the way now, and this has to be the future in India. India is a vast country, a subcontinent with so many universities, and interlinking the universities and making this kind of a conferences is extremely important. And second thing, which I really appreciate with Dr. Bala, is that empowering local colleges. The local colleges are, when I studied, I can't even imagine an international conference like this in those days. And so now colleges conducting international conferences is extremely welcoming, and is this kind of a pan-Indian, and that too, a pan-Indian and an international conference conducted in a college is something we need to appreciate that. This is really empowering the local colleges and exposing the students to this kind of events. So I really thank you all for that. I'm basically an environmental analytical chemist. You may wonder what a chemist is doing in an economy and commerce conference. But in environmental sciences, we have a concept called nexus. A nexus approach tells that we are all interconnected. So whether you like me or not, we are all interconnected. And secondly, the way that the entire planet Earth functions is on interdependence. So we depend on each other for various things. When I say you, not only you as students and the faculty, but this entire ecosystem. And so if you look at this entire ecosystem, then there is interconnectivity. We are all connected one way or other. And then there is an interdependency. And so, and I agreed to give a talk in this conference because the topic of this conference really kind of intrigued me, you know, like going for an innovative innovation needed in commerce, economics, and management to meet the present crisis and craze. So that's what it really attracted me. So I thought maybe I could talk to you about the crisis, what we are actually facing now. So to do that, I think I need to share my PowerPoint presentation. 1 second, where is my PowerPoint? Oh, okay, here it is. So I'll share my PowerPoint presentation. And so I'm going to talk to you today about the climate crisis and circular economy. So that's where actually I'm linked to you, the circular economy. Good. So the very beginning, you know, I'm going to present to a graph, which is very different from all the graphs that you have seen. I'm very glad to see students from Gujarat and from Karnataka and other places. This presentation, this particular graph may interest you, like, because some of you really don't know how to present your data. You know, it's just, you may have some wonderful data, but it's extremely important how you present it. And so this is a dynamic graph, which I'm going to show you. On the left side, you see a graph. In the y-axis, you have the carbon dioxide, you know, in our planet Earth, okay, in parts per million. And in your x-axis, you see this is that the whole world is divided into north and south, okay? So you get these latitudes. So from 90 south to 90 north. And why this is important is that most of the developed nations, most of the industrial nations are between 30° north to 90° north. So you need to focus on that particular one. And in this graph, there is also a chronometer, which is going to show you, which is going to run. So this data, the first data will be from 1979 to 2014. So you will see this one running. And the data is collected from the entire planet Earth, from different weather stations, okay, all over the planet Earth, and especially from, you know, from the Pacific side, Mauna Loa from Pacific side, and there's also from the Antarctic, and with several stations from here. And the data I'm going to present is depends on various agencies in the world, which you are going to see at the end of this graph. And the most interesting thing about the graph on the right side is that you have on the y-axis the same, like you have the carbon dioxide in parts per million, but in the x-axis, you see the timeline, you know, between 1979 to 1985. But in a very, very interesting way, we are going to reverse, actually, like you are going to from present to the past. You know, that's going to be very interesting, not just few centuries, but we are going to the very beginning of human civilization. And this graph was possible, you know, because of certain very interesting techniques they adapted, and with enormous thousands, you know, we were talking about secondary data and primary data. This is based on primary data. Each data point, about probably several thousand data points are involved here. So I'm going to present it. This is going to be like a video. This is going to take 3 minutes, okay? Be patient. And what you need to observe is on left side, this graph is going to jump very soon. When the chronometer runs, then the graph will jump. And you are going to see what is the result. And I will be talking to you while the graph is on action. Now watch it now. So it's going to, we are starting this story from January 1979, where the carbon dioxide level was 330 parts per million. But when it comes to 1984, it's already, you know, it's increasing. And what you need to observe is that the increase is more on the Northern Hemisphere countries. Most of the developed nations like USA, Canada, and the entire Europe, they're all on the Northern Hemisphere. And also on the east side, you have the Japan, Korea, and China on the Northern Hemisphere. And these are the nations which is actually making the impact, a global impact. And I'm going to show you the consequences of a rise in carbon dioxide. Why are we focusing on carbon dioxide? Carbon dioxide is a very, very, very important chemical substance that is called a greenhouse gas. So which is a very important gas in the climate crisis that we are facing. I'm going to explain what is a climate crisis very soon. But what I'm trying to impress on you on this particular graph is that I'm talking science, pure science, a science based on real data, and a data collected from all over the world. This is a global picture I'm going to show you. And I'm going to also impress you to say that we need to think globally, but we need to act locally. Okay, so if you see on the right side now, you are seeing that the graph from 330 again, like from the pre-industrial age, it's slowly increasing. It's coming to 400 parts per million. Now watch, now it has reached a peak, but now you have to watch on the right side that what was the level before the pre-industrialized, says before 1960, it's still going further down on the lane, and you have to watch out. See, it's going further from 1500, 1400, and 1200 AD, but it's still going further down on the timeline. This is very interesting. It's going to pre-industrialized situation where it was only about 276 ppm, but then it is going before historic time, like it's already 15,000 BCE. So, and then to 40,000 BCE. And so it's going further down on the lane, okay, where even the human civilization, when you come to 150,000 BCE, that was the very, very beginning of human civilization. But can you really take data of such a, like when you say 1980, you can say, okay, you can collect the data from some meteorological stations, but how can you collect it from 800,000 BCE? Okay, it is possible through a very interesting scientific method of actually analyzing an ice core. These are the institutions, which are involved in contributing to create this one particular chart. Okay, how many institutions all around the world are involved? This is where actually science is standing now. You need to really understand that I'm talking about pure science, based on a global research. Okay. So in a very similar way, okay, if you see this other graph, which is talking about the temperature increase on a global scale, again, like, and this increase again, when you try, when the modelers try to put this graph to try to match the current global temperature rise with the normal natural events like volcanic eruptions and other natural events, but they don't really match it. Only when you include the so-called anthropogenic effects, created after industrialization, that then you will really match the situation. So it is again to impress you that the current climate crisis is absolutely human-made. It is not anything natural which is occurring, and these are all created by us, you and me. Okay, I'm going to tell you later, like why you and me are involved in this particular graph and in this particular presentation. Okay, so if you look at it here from 1990 to 2000 something, the kind of damage created all over the world, and it's costing an average of $59 billion. That's where the economy comes in. that every year, recently the Pakistan had a flood, and the cost of this flood is again going over to several million US dollars. So it happens again and again in Chennai and other parts of India, flooding, and which costs money, and where the economy is involved and we are wasting. And most of this, it's about 44% was from tropical cyclones and 33% are from floods. Okay, so, and if this study suggests that a doubling of greenhouse gas concentrations, greenhouse gas concentrations, I showed you one example of carbon dioxide. There are a multi-range of other gases that actually cause this particular greenhouse effect. And if it doubles, then the cost will be again doubled, okay? And imagine that if there is a rise of 1.5 foot rise in sea level, that will expose about $6 trillion worth of property in coastal flooding in Baltimore, Boston, New York, Philadelphia. And imagine this is only a data from USA, but imagine about the other coastal cities all over the world and the amount of loss one would face if there is a 1.5 foot rise in sea level. So the sea level is rising. I don't know whether you know these facts. The sea level is rising and the ice fields are melting down, and we are really getting into originally it was a climate change, but people no more talk about climate change. It's a climate crisis, okay? And the worst affected because of the sea level rise and the cyclones and all those things is countries like Bangladesh, Maldives, Kiribati, Fiji, and Netherlands. Why all these countries? Because all these countries are not so high above the sea level, very, very almost like there are only few feet difference between. In Netherlands, actually, it's called Netherlands because this is below the sea level. You have to go to Netherlands to see how they manage to survive sitting below sea level. So this is very interesting. And if you look at the Bangladesh, okay, the Bangladesh coastline is extremely vulnerable to rising sea levels. By 2050, rising sea levels will inundate some 17% of the land and displace about 18 million people out of Bangladesh. That is a catastrophic number. When 18 million people from Bangladesh, where will they go? They will come to India naturally, so this is what you call environmental refugees. We are going to face it within next 50 years. Watch out. I'm not talking about a great future. This is going to happen very soon, okay? If millions of Bangladeshis enter into India and look at the economic, cost of that, refugees, to maintain those refugees in India. And if they go to Burma and Malaysia, again, the situation is very, very same. So environmental refugee is a new term, and the environmental refugee is a new phenomena, which is going to happen because of climate crisis. And the other thing is, I focused most of my career on chemical pollution. And what I'm worried in this situation is recently Pakistan had a flood, and 2 days back, or probably right now, Texas is under floods and a heavy storm is hitting USA. And when a nation gets into flood, the pesticides and the chemicals which they keep it in a very poor conditions, like in Bangladesh, Pakistan, and India, then all these chemicals will enter into the water. And that's why the Achim Steiner, UN Undersecretary General and Executive Director of the United Nations Environmental Program, UNEP, warns the increasing frequency and severity of tropical cyclones and flood events are increasingly putting at risk stockpiles containing thousands of metric tons of obsolete, persistent organic pollutants, pesticides, and the low-lying agricultural communities where these chemicals are typically stored. So it is not only flooding under laws, but the water that is, being flooded contains highly toxic chemicals. So one may wonder, like, so why should I worry, sitting in Madurai about what is happening in Pakistan or what is happening in America? But you need to really understand we all live in one planet Earth, and that planet Earth is an enclosed systems, okay? As you see here, this is part of our studies. My data is involved in this model, that whatever you spray at your backyard or in your field, and these chemicals vaporize and get into other zones very easily through a process called grasshopper effect, jumping from one stratosphere to another stratosphere, and finally reaching all over the world, okay, from low latitude to mid latitude and high latitudes. And so actually, it's like you imagine a smoke coming in a house which is the windows and doors are closed, and so it has to, though the smoke starts from the kitchen, it will ultimately cover the entire house. This is very similar. And these chemicals, when they get into that and the wildlife is heavily affected, naturally humans are affected too, okay? And this is climate, this crisis is extremely connected with the economy. As I told you, as economists, like you guys need to be worried about this, because if you see this chart, where you see the decadal change in the emission, like gigatons of carbon dioxide emissions put into planet Earth is closely linked with the energy intensity of your GDP, okay? The higher your GDP, okay, you pollute more, okay? So in that way, your economy, your consumption is extremely linked to the polluting this planet Earth. And the other important factor is population. Look at that. Naturally, like when there are more people, they pollute more, okay, they generate more waste. And so it is extremely linearly connected with that one. So now people are talking about a circular economy. What is a circular economy? Circular economy based on these important principles like reduce resource dependency. Like when you say about resource dependency, you would be very surprised to see that we all live in planet Earth. We consume in such a high rate all the resources on planet Earth. Now, the inventory tells us very clearly that one planet Earth is not sufficient. We need 1.5 planet Earth now at this moment to sustain and further live on this planet Earth. So that is the speed with which we consume the resources from planet Earth. So reduce resource dependency. And so can you reduce this dependency of resources and manage within what you have now? Okay, so that means you need to minimize your waste. You would be very surprised. When I was working in Malaysia, I was surprised to see that more than 30% of what you eat is going to drainage, it's a waste. And there is even a calculation saying that the amount of food what the Malaysians waste every year, you could feed the world 2 times or 3 times like that. Okay, so all over the world we waste a lot, not only food, we waste our materials, and so we need to minimize the waste. Okay, and the other important thing we are going to talk about is reduce environmental footprint. That means each one of you, we are actually responsible in generating environmental footprint, and that we need to reduce it, okay? And then we need to generate increased income through better services, okay? Collected end of life, remanufacturing, recycle waste, reuse cycles, and green products, which are non-toxic, okay, long life, and recyclable, okay, and a cleaner production. When all these things are involved, okay, then what you see is a circular economy. So in a linear economy like this, what we have now, the current economic model is like, it takes resources from nature, okay, then you make products out of that, okay, and then you consume it, and throw the waste. You see, this is actually a lake. Do you see a guy actually on the boat? You won't see it because there's so much of garbage there. And the marine litter is again like an issue that it's closely linked with economy, that cleaning up your beaches is going to cost you money. And so it is the linear economy, what we have now is in disaster, that's why you have, like scientists saying, okay, Stephen Hawking, one of the well-known physicists from UK, and he says, with the collapse of the current economy, the collapse of our current political system, and the collapse of our environmental issues, that he says, if human beings can exist for next 100 years, 100 years is not much, he wonders that, okay? Previously, he was thinking that human species could exist for 1,000 years, okay? But now looking at, the lethargy, the political lethargy, like there is no actions, and the people are not aware of anything, they just like business as usual, but there is no business as usual. You see that what is happening around you, there is a heavy rain, and, like the temperatures, increases, and the monsoon doesn't come on time, it comes on odd times. And if you see all the climate change, what you see here, and that is very closely linked with the economy, okay? So the other important thing in the circular economy is waste management, okay? The waste of a company could be a resource for some other company. In fact, like Indians are doing very well in recycling, that I watch it even as a child, like we never waste anything. You see your grandpa taking out, repairing the shoes, repairing your clothes, I still remember my sister putting buttons for my shirt. And even if there is a tear on your shirt, they will stitch it and reuse it, These days, nobody does that, like as you see here now, 3 shirts for 900 rupees and 3 shirts for 500 rupees. And so they offer you a lot of things, you use it and then throw it, okay? That becomes a waste, okay? So waste management is extremely important. And in the waste management, society is important because he's the executor, he is actually executing the waste. He is generating the waste. And non-profit organizations and the educators like you and me are the educators. We need to educate the public. We need to get educated, first of all, and we need to educate the public about the consequences of such a thing, okay? And then we have funds. It's not that we don't have money. We have enough funds, okay? Only thing is there is no political will, okay? And so we need to, this whole circular economy concept is to show that thinking green can really make your economy survive. Not only survive, but it can thrive, okay? The only thing is you need to think green, you need to think in a circular way so that you reduce your waste, which is extremely important. And then naturally, where does the government go? The government comes in here to regulate. There are so many environmental laws in India, like the Indian environmental laws are extremely good. But how many governments, like I have never seen actually in any political party elections. I've watched so many elections in India. Now we are in the 75th year. And in none of these years, the political parties put forward the environment as an issue at all. I'm now living in Germany. In Germany, that is the only country where you have a party called Green Party. That is a party which is now governing this country in a coalition. And this party is concerned about environment. So we need to have green parties all over the world, that is very important, okay? And coming to a global picture, like I told you that think globally. Why? Because, if you look at this, the chemistry of planet Earth, which is very unique. The planet Earth has an atmospheric chemistry that is so unique from the other planets in solar systems like Venus and Mars, and you take other planets, where actually the gas compositions like nitrogen, oxygen, carbon dioxide, this is in a very, very in an odd combination. And this particular composition is maintained by organisms living on planet Earth. It's very interesting to see. There is this person from UK, James Lovelock. He has proposed a hypothesis called Gaia. It's also known as a Gaia theory or a Gaia principle. And that proposes that organisms interact with their inorganic surroundings on planet Earth to form a self-regulating complex system that contribute to maintaining the conditions for life on planet Earth. So you and me really control the climate. Can you believe that? Not only you and me, the horses, the animals all around us, okay? So when you reduce the biodiversity, then you are already making, okay, this is like an air-conditioned system with sensors, okay? You are already making the system kaput, we say in German. So a kaput is like you are damaging it, okay? Once you damage it, then it's like the thermostat is wrong, and so the whole thing is in a big mess. That's what has happened. So we need to understand the deep ecology of where we live, okay? All the thing comes from an attitude. We think that human beings are at the top and the rest of the world is below. They think human beings are fallen angels. They have the right to consume, okay? That's very, very, very wrong, okay? This is what you call an ecocentric. I mean, this is an egocentric. So I is important, ego, okay? Whereas the right position of man is he is part of this whole system, So we have in Tamil what we call Aindinai, the landscaping system, where even God is part of an ecosystem. That's how the Krishna, he is part of this forest and the forest life. That's why if you see the stories of all those things, it all comes from an ecosystem-based thing. And the Indian religions have always put man as part of a whole ecosystem, not at top, like that he controls everything. No, we have Hanuman, a monkey as a god, okay? We have horse as a god. And we have even a rat as a god, okay? That denotes that we respect the biodiversity around us, okay? And imagine that you must have seen films like Star Trek and Star Wars and films like this. If you have watched those films, like they are on an intergalactic travel. When you go on an intergalactic travel, there is no oxygen outside planet Earth, okay? So you need to generate oxygen in your the spaceship, okay? In the spaceship, you need to control your waste, so you can't generate waste. And so you need to control the whole system in an intelligent way that it sustains itself, okay? Now imagine planet Earth. Planet Earth in a cosmic scale is actually a spaceship, which is covered by this atmosphere, a thin atmosphere, which is actually a ozone layer, which protects this entire planet Earth. Okay, so we are in an enclosed system. What you throw out here will not go into cosmos, it will go into some other place. Okay, so the entire thing, what you throw in, even in what you throw at your backyard, will end up in rivers, streams, and then get into the sea, and the sea from one place to another. We have done some research in Korea, where if you take a can, then you will see the can comes from Philippines. And recently in Adayar, during the things, small things from Thailand came over to Adayar Beach. How does it happen? Because we are living in an interconnected world, and that is an enclosed system. And so whatever you and me do have an effect on planet Earth. So what can we do, you and me? Okay. So first of all, we need to understand that we need to reduce our carbon footprint. Okay. So cycle instead of going on a motorbike. This is what I often see in Chengalpet, where we have a home there. There's a small street, and people don't walk at all these days. In India, everyone has a two-wheeler because the bank subsidize. Even if you have 500 rupees, you can buy a motorbike. And naturally, the new Rich people in India buy cars like anything. Okay, all the car manufacturers have now shifted to India. They generate more cars, and more cars means more pollution. Okay, and you need to actually strict rules regarding smoke belching vehicles. Like this is a very important thing. In India, we have no regulations at all. If you come to Stuttgart in Germany, you can't run old car there. The particle size which is coming from the exhaust, it has to be monitored. Okay, because these particles get into your system, air pollution. And during Corona time, I was in India. I was probably the happiest person during Corona time in India because there was no air pollution. The Corona killed 5 million people all around the world. Yes, true. Corona is a killer. But more than Corona, it is the air pollution that kills Indians. Do you believe that every year, 13 million Indians are killed by air pollution? So we need to be very careful about that. Okay, so we need to prevent disasters. And so, first of all, we need to believe that there is climate change. Donald Trump never believed in climate change. That's why I started with a hardcore scientific fact. Okay, that's based on million data points, collected from all over the world. But still, Trump said that, oh, I don't believe in climate change. There's nothing happening. This is part of a geological things happening here and there. But you see at the moment in Texas is under floods. Okay, Pakistan was under flood. And, we are going to face monsoon in Tamil Nadu. We are going to see again floods there and high temperatures. And these are a regular event. Okay. So second, we need to take some personal effects, like turn off the lights if you are not using it. Okay. Turn off your air conditioner if you are not using it. Okay. Walk instead of drive. This is very important. Walking is always good because we are bipedal organisms. Walking, we are designed to walk. Okay. So, and to maintain your health, you need to walk. Please do it at home, at your school, at your work, all the time. Keep this in your mind. Okay. And then you need to make a nationwide effort to reduce. Okay. So now they are talking about smart cities, urban planning. I introduced actually in Tamil Nadu smart villages. Okay, these are all topics we have to talk on some other time. And then you need to do waste management carefully. Okay, and fourth, we need to think on a global scale, as I told you. Okay, we need to think of alternate fuels. So that the entire economy of the world depends on fossil fuels. If there is no fossil fuel, the whole economy will go down. Okay, so we need to think of alternative fuels. Okay, what are the alternative fuels? And this is solar. And I'm very, very glad that Tamil Nadu is leading the whole India in this alternative system, renewable energy. And I think in India, in Tamil Nadu, already about 10 to 12% of the energy comes from solar. And I listened to the central minister's thing, and the central ministry said that soon we will go all electric in India so that these pollution levels in India will go down. So the carbon dioxide reduction will happen. And that's what will lead to world peace. World peace and climate crisis, yes, they are linked. Okay, when there is water shortage, already between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, there is always a conflict of sharing water. But wars can come if the water level is going down. The flood pollutes your water. In Bangladesh, all the agricultural lands are brackish, getting salt, and so water is extremely important. And water, we need to be very careful with that. Okay, so the United Nations have come out with a sustainable development goals that each country should follow. And there are about 17 such sustainable goals. Educate yourself on these sustainable goals and then follow these sustainable goals. And one of my favorite philosophers from India, Jittu Krishnamurti, says, inquire about yourself and observe the world. Ask proper questions, questioning is very important. If you ask the right question, the answer is within the question. Okay, so you have to be a critical thinker, which is important. And so the key for all these problems will not come from anywhere else. The solution should come from you. You are the problem. And so you need to actually solve the problems because you created the problem. And each one of us, that of course the responsibilities of the North, as I told you earlier, okay, the Northern Hemisphere countries are heavy, because they generate most of these greenhouse gases. And the people in Bangladesh, which generate very, very less of these greenhouse gases, are affected, okay? So there is disparity in this world that needs to be questioned as well. But whatever may be, each one of us are responsible for the current situation. And so we need to solve this problem. So now we started with the climate change and we are ending up in human change. So more than the climate change, what is important is human change. So a human change and not climate change, that really matters here, okay? So what I stand for, this whole talk, is what I stand on. I stand on this planet Earth, and the planet Earth belongs to you and me. And this entire known universe, there is only one planet which we can call as home, and that is planet Earth. And only you and me can save this planet Earth. And I thank you very much for this opportunity. And I'm not sure whether there'll be time for questions, but I have taken more than 20 minutes. And thank you very much. Thank you. And I have given my WhatsApp number if you want to contact. My email address is given here. And so if you want to ask any questions, please feel free to do so either by writing an email to me or sending an WhatsApp message to this number. Thank you. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I hope you enjoyed the talk. Any feedback?